Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling what's not to be told. I need that mask. I'm a shapeshifter at post masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide.
Hydrate.
I can't
Alrighty.
tell you.
Looks like the hydrating is starting
Have to
early.
see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside.
But welcome,
Will
Danny.
it always be?
It's good to see you. I don't know if you can hear me
How
well enough or not.
walls. Is there a way
Hello, werehog.
for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter.
You can hear me? That's good. I don't know how well you can hear me. Do I sound like distant? Do I sound alright? Probably kind of quiet.
Or free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. Have no
We're just gonna wait
face to
for
show.
more people to show up. I don't know why the
Please don't
CPU's
take
that. I
off
don't
my
really have anything else running.
mask, my disguise.
That the music beats my speaking volume? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're not... In all fairness, you're not really supposed to be able to hear my voice right now, considering it's the starting soon screen, but... Regardless. I thank you, Dangy. I appreciate that. Speaking of which, before people show up, I want to check that again. One last time.
Where have you been? Been searching all along.
You got Persona 5
Facing
Golden.
twilight alone,
Hello, Thunflare. Hello, Will.
without a
Good to
clue,
see you.
without a sign, without grasping it. The real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter. What else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark.
Okay, well, it's doing alright, I suppose.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting the
Hey,
statue.
Lord Bakura, thank you for the sub.
Telling what's not to be told.
Go to horny jail.
I need that mask. I'm a shapeshifter.
Is everything all right? Well, okay. So let's wait. Let me do something first. Let's see if I can even do it. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core.
I have to.
Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide.
Touch portal, yes. Okay, they're connected. And I didn't get a notification this time, so that's good. Strange, but good.
I can't tell you how to see me. Just a cage of bones. There's nothing inside. Will
Wait,
it
am I on the same
unleash
one?
me?
I
Burning
am
down
not on the
the
same one.
wall.
That would explain it.
Is there a way for me to break?
What? No, I didn't say
I'm
turn
a
off the wire. I just meant
shapeshifter.
change the network
Apples
on the wire.
masquerade, hiding both
this one?
face and mind, all free for you to
Connected.
draw.
Would it work now?
I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show.
That's odd.
Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Where is... Java doesn't even show up here. No, there it is. Did a Vast get rid of it? Maybe that's what happened. Okay, well, I'll do this for now. Okay. Alright. I'm assuming you guys can see my face, but that's not what you're supposed to be seeing. There we go. Okay. Let's check this out. Firewall. Application settings. My computer updated, so I don't, like, it fucked with a lot of things, and I don't... Can you guys still hear me okay, by the way? I don't, like, my microphone is up here so I can block this ray of light from, like, being in the shot. It's a temporary solution, but if you guys can't hear me, I'll lower it. It's fine. It's no big deal. Node.js. That should, yeah, that should, no, because that's a different thing. Custom? Why would it be custom? No. New, no. How do I change this? How did I change this before? Packet rules. In and out. Auto decide. Auto decide. Out. Okay. Right? Or maybe not. Bonk. How about now? What? I don't understand. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something with some of the settings that I have because my computer updated recently. And like Windows itself updated, not my computer. And it like messed up with a lot of my settings, so I don't know how to fix this particular problem, but I'll try to figure it out after the week. Thank you for the host, Poke Girl. I appreciate you. Can you guys hear me okay? can't really see what it says. You know what? Actually, let me put this over here, which is gonna be weird for me, but oh god, no, I don't like that. Let me. Where can I see this? Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So, because I actually want to be able to see chat. If I see myself, that's not important at all. Okay. You can hear me. You still can. You hear me. Okay. Can you hear me like distant? Is it like, do I sound far away or something? This is very strange because like right now, like normally, or like what the normal webcam would be is this, and I think this is super weird. But like this is how most people see me, or this is how people should see me. Like this is not a mirrored image. But I'm used to seeing myself the other way around. And I think we're gonna go for that with that for now. I sound good enough. Okay, that's good. Hydrate. All right. Well, grab a drink or some snacks or whatever. I don't know if you normally do during a stream, but I don't know. We're gonna be doing some drawing tonight. Later, we're gonna continue doing the 6-character challenge today because we never finished that. Leo and Cassie couldn't make it today because they're busy moving stuff for their move, which is on Tuesday, so they couldn't make it today. And I'm not gonna stream 3 houses without them. I don't want to. How goes it? Well, that's kind of why I wanted to, maybe have a little bit of a chill moment with you guys. I don't know if I should maybe put music on or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's not going well. I think maybe that's probably why. Like, I need a therapy sesh, or I don't know. Like, you guys aren't my therapist or anything. That's not what this is about. But lately, I've not been feeling super great. In fact, right before stream, I felt stressed out, and I honestly, like in this case, I didn't know why I was. Like over the past few weeks, especially over the course of the last week, I have felt stressed, and I've known why that is, personally. But right before this stream, I felt stressed. I was like, "Oh God, stream's about to start," and I didn't know why. And I think maybe it's getting to me. Hey, Oatmeal, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Oatmeal is back, baby. How am I doing during these tough times? Well, it actually, what's going on with me has nothing to do with what's going on in the world right now, but that is, it is unfortunate what is going on in the world, and I have not addressed it at all on social media or otherwise, just because I feel like it's not really my place to say anything. And if anything, I want to keep bringing you guys and other viewers like a smile during these tough times. A lot of people address the issues that the world is facing right now, and I feel like that not only reminds people of all the crazy shit that's going on, but it also like dates the video. Like someday in the future, after all this is said and done, people are gonna look back and be like, "Oh shit, yeah, when that was going on." So what I try to do is just like keep the ship on course and pretend not necessarily pretend like nothing's happening, but just like keep delivering content that I would deliver otherwise, just because it's like, well, people probably need a laugh, and if I can give them that's great. I would be happy to do that. Did I know that Persona 4 Golden is on stream? Yes, I do. For some reason I freaked out and I thought it was Persona 3, which, I mean, that would also be great if it came to Steam. But Persona 4 Golden being on Steam is great. I still have to pick it up, but no, you're my therapist. No, I don't want you to be. Because it's not, well, to be fair, a therapist doesn't really carry the burden of their patients on their back, but and I think we talked about this before, about how therapy is I know this is still all sort of like part of the introduction to this conversation, but again, like if you guys are in the mood for it, grab a drink, grab some snacks, let's talk about stuff. You guys are more than welcome to ask me something. We can steer the conversation another direction if you guys would like to. I have no problem with that. I feel like right now I'm not really in the mood to do anything. And that sucks, because that's part of who I am sometimes. Like I try to work as hard as I can every day, and then there are times where I'm just like, I am so and I'm sure that it's like a feeling that's relatable. You know, like I know other people that have felt the same way, sometimes to a worse degree, but like where you just don't want to do anything and you just want to like cries in drunk. Wait, what? Are you drunk right now, Kyle? Who's my favorite Minus World? What, member? That it's tough. Like I can't say that I have one. Like they're all great friends. You know, I hang out with some more than others, but like to have a favorite one, I can't say, you know, like because they're all great. You know, I love hanging out with Tetrabit, with Nathaniel, with Nintendo, with D-Pad, Sam. I was about to call him Sam, but I was like, I don't know if you guys know who Sam is. I like to call them by their first names because it's just more personal to me. But like, Luke and Kevin, I don't really hang out with too much. Simple Flips, I don't hang out with too much, just because like they're so busy. Like, Swanky's also very busy, but I love hanging out with him too when he has a chance. You know, but I love hanging out with all of them. They're all great people. You know Sam? You do know Sam. How's Nico been? He's been, you know what? One of the things that I've loved about my time spending with these guys is that Nico started out as some, and Kyle probably would not be able to notice this because of how he met Nico. But when Minus World started out, Nico was probably one of, if not like the most quiet person of the group. Like he was still getting to know us, and he was like more so listening than anything. He wasn't super involved, I guess, with like the conversations and the stuff that we would do. And then when he decided to make YouTube his full-time thing, posture check, thank you. When he decided to make YouTube his full-time thing, I think was when he started to come out of his shell, and now like he talks to us just as well as the rest of us do, you know. But he used to I don't know if shy is the right word, because I don't know if he was shy, but like he definitely was quiet. He was definitely more like paying attention to what other people were saying as opposed to like saying stuff on himself. And I love Nico. Nico is hilarious. He's a great guy, and he's a very good friend. You can definitely see that he still holds that trait a bit. Yeah, for sure. Now, which Minus World? Hydrate. You got it, bud. How's my knee? It's okay, I guess. That's another thing. Like, you know, you always ask how my knee is, and I appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate that. And most days it's okay, but like, I don't know if it's an emotional thing or what, but like, lately it's been feeling stiff, and that freaks me out. It freaks me out because it's like, I don't know if it's going to ever. I know it's not going to be the same as like when I was born or before the accident, but I sort of felt that the surgery was supposed to make it better, that it was supposed to like make it good as new, and it doesn't. Like I'm more conscious of my leg and of my knee than I've ever been, and I don't know if that's a good thing. I definitely need to exercise it more. I need to do, you know, more of the physical therapy exercises that I was told, in order to not make it as stiff, but like it doesn't hurt. Like I remember when like the first few months after the surgery, hell, probably like half a year after the surgery, like I would still touch the scar and it would still like hurt. I don't know if you guys can straight. Well, you probably can't see it, but I mean, like this is where the scar is, and I don't know. It does. Sometimes I do get worried, you know, that like, despite all the physical therapy that I went through and all the exercises that I've done, which has made my legs stronger, like I still worry that maybe one day it'll just snap out of place again. But it's because I had to deal with that for 10 years. So have I considered a roadmap for these streams, like a list of what will be played in the future? Not necessarily. I usually tend to think of what the next game is going to be a little bit before the series that we're currently on is ending. Like someone asked what game we're going to be doing after Fire Emblem, and I really want to do that Thousand Year Door translated mod, just because like I haven't played Thousand Year Door on stream before, and I love that game, and I really want to play through it again. And I'm going to play through it again for videos, but since I'm already doing that, I think a lot of you already know that game, and I think it'd be great to go through and play that on stream. Yeah, glad to know that you're excited for that. Um, but yeah, like, hello, Jer Wolf. Sorry I didn't say anything. Hello, Naru. Uh, just making sure I didn't miss anybody. Trinity. Can you ask what happened to my knee? Absolutely. So about 11 years ago now. 11? 2009? Yeah, probably was 11 years ago at this point. I was in Taekwondo, which was a martial art. I'm sure a lot of people know what that is. I just have to explain it sometimes to people here, like, who often confuse it with karate. But I was in Taekwondo when I was younger. I was still in elementary school, I think, at the time. Yeah. I know I was in elementary school when I started, but I don't remember if I was in middle school when I stopped, when the accident happened. I don't remember. Was I? I must have been in my first year of middle school. Whatever. Okay. So like I'd been going to Taekwondo for I think a couple years, and everything was fine. I was in probably the best shape of my life, and in order to like graduate from one belt to the other, you do these exams. And like it was standard procedure. Like I'd done shit like 6 exams, if not like a bit more. And it was Taekwondo has like mid range, so like belt 0.5, if that makes sense. So like you start out with white belt, you go on to yellow belt, and then from yellow belt you go to, I think, yeah, there's not a yellow advanced. I think it's white, yellow, orange, orange advanced, which is like an orange belt with a green streak in the middle of it. Then green belt, then green advanced, which is green with a blue streak in the middle of it. Blue advanced, which has a red streak in the middle of it. Red advanced, which has a black streak in the middle of it, and then black belt. And then after that, you have like black belt 1, black belt 2. They have special names, but I forgot what they were called. So like there are different like degrees of black belt too. But black belt is Skadoosh Gang Rise. Yeah, that's right. Did I start martial arts because of Kung Fu Panda? No, actually, I think Kung Fu Panda was it must have already been out, but like I had not watched those movies until I was an adult. The reason we started doing Taekwondo, because it was myself, my little sister, and 2 of my cousins who were brothers. And we went to Taekwondo together. It was every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I think. And like we could choose what time we wanted to go, because our sensei had he taught like 5 different Taekwondo hours on those days. And we would sometimes change times. We just let them know like, hey, we're going to start coming at 5, or we're going to start coming at 6. And the system for Taekwondo you had was much different. I can imagine. That's why like I like to make that distinction, because I've never seen that done before anywhere else. So I'd imagine that's how that's just something we do. A Givens, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't know why you followed right now. Maybe you're a follower on the YouTube, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So it was our test, or it was our exam for red into red advanced. So like the one right before black belt. And we were doing, that they have you do kicks and the different maneuvers that they teach you in unison. So like myself, my sister, my cousins, other classmates that we had, we'd all be doing like the same maneuvers, the same techniques that they had taught us throughout. I don't even remember how. I think it was like every, I want to say 3 months, but I'm not sure. Might have been more. I know it could not have been less than 3 months, unless it was 2, in which case that's crazy. But so during one of those, oh right. Why did we join? Well, I've always been a larger dude. I was definitely fat as a kid. I'm still pretty fat now, but I didn't really like a lot of other sports. Like basketball was always interesting to me, but like I'd never actively pursued it. Soccer was something that I didn't really enjoy too much. I was a good goalie, but I never really did anything else, which is strange considering I'm Mexican and I grew up in Mexico. But then we saw Taekwondo, and we just thought like, man, that might be a good thing to do to keep ourselves active. Hey, Givens. Mexican gang rise up. um, we had testing for belts every 3 months in advanced red. First degree black took a year worth of training. I believe that's what we did too, Oatmeal. I don't recall correctly, but I know that like first degree black belt did take longer, and it was like a bigger deal because it was the first time that you actually had to pay for a belt, because we had there was like a tuition, I suppose you could say, for enrollment in the taekwondo training, but I mean it was pretty small, all things considered. And then like for the black belt, it was like, oh wow, okay, that's like a huge increase in price. When am I gonna sing again? No plans currently, but oh, I thank you, Givens. I appreciate that. Um, so yeah, like we were doing our exam, and like I said, we'd been there for like a year or year and a half, whatever, um, couple of years maybe. And like I said, I I was in the best shape of my life probably. I looked thin. I keep saying that I've never been thin just because I've always had like the little pouch of stomach underneath, um, and like that I've never been flat stomached, but like you could definitely see it in my face. I didn't have as much cheek as I do now. And during that exam, we were doing like kicks, we were doing standard procedure stuff, and then in one of those, what was it? It was like a jump kick, but you had to like kick with both feet in the air and then land. So all of us did that, and then I don't know what. I'm assuming what happened was that like all my weight fell onto my knee when I landed. I landed on my left knee, and I just remember that it felt like it did this. So like this part where my fingers meet is like the knee. I just felt that this happened. That like my shin and my thigh like were next to each other, and then it jumped back into place, and then I just collapsed. Like it was incredibly painful. It was one of the worst pains I ever felt in my life. Hello, Zenzen. Welcome. A high double jump kick? Yes. We called them by their like Korean names, but I don't remember exactly what the name of that technique was. But yeah, it was basically a high double jump kick. Uh, doesn't mean I wasn't healthy. True, I appreciate that. And so I fell over. I was in pain. And I think, wow, that might have been the beginning of me using comedy as a shield for the pain, because it, unlike every test that we did, like not every test, during class, like there were chairs for if parents wanted to sit in, or if like other people wanted to sit in, whatever. And they could watch. There were like just a couple chairs though. There weren't like many. But during exams, your whole family was there, and sometimes like your extended family was there. So like half of the dojo was like filled with chairs. Um, and like my classmates' parents were there, my parents, uh, aunts and uncles. I think my grandparents were there that day too. And I guess I didn't want to lose face. I don't really know what it was. um, shocked by VHF again. That's horrible. Oh no, it was absolutely horrible. Um, you have more emotion. I try to give it my own spin. You thought your toenail, what? Your toenail op was bad? Oh boy. Um, so like after that happened, I didn't really know what it was. I figured like it was a dislocation or something. Um, but like I went to the side and I'm like, I'm out. Like the senseis told me like you're out. You're not participating anymore. And I felt it sucked, but at the same time I was like, I'm going to mask this pain with like humor or comedy. And like I said a few things here and there, and like the whole room was laughing. And I remember thinking like, wow, that is very motivating, and that like I think that boosted my ego a little bit, which was refreshing considering that like I'd never had something that could boost my ego. Like uh pretty much my whole life had been very lonely, and then you move to Mexico, you're with a bunch of kids who don't like you because you're different and because you're new. um People who make fun of you for taking taekwondo lessons at all. And I didn't want people to, I guess, pity me in that moment, or think that like, oh, that poor kid. So like I fell. I was there at the side watching everyone else do their thing. And I guess that's what we went to the hospital after the fact to see like what had happened because my sister was still taking the test. They didn't take me right away, which was completely fine. I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference. And like on the floor, I was fine. You know, as long as I didn't really move my leg, I felt okay. Took me to the hospital. They did some X-rays. They were like, "Your leg looks fine." You know, it didn't swell or anything. Everything was fine, except the fact that it hurt like hell and I couldn't walk. So they put me in a cast. After a little bit, you know, it felt better. I'm like, okay, I guess it was just like a sprain or like, I don't know. I don't even know what happened. Easily you make it fun. Well, I appreciate that. Can you share something personal with me? Absolutely. Yeah, like I mean if you're comfortable sharing it with everyone else, it's fine by me. I honestly don't mind. And the comedy show, I mean, I try. And so everything was fine. Like I had that like cast on for about a week, I want to say. Your cousin is talking about the Mandela effect. Kyle, are you drunk? I don't think you ever answered. Hey, it's Jacob. You actually have autism. That's fine. I once told my friend Amy that when she found out that she had Asperger's, that I didn't care, and like not in a rude way. I just meant like, to me that just means that you have a personality with a name. That doesn't mean that like I'm gonna treat you any differently or that I see you differently. You don't drink, you're a good Christian boy. Good boy, Kyle. Good boy. And then I don't remember my first incident after that. Oh, never mind. Yes, I do. We were at, it was actually a Sunday, if I recall correctly, and we were at another property that my parents own. And like in Mexican culture, it's common to like get together with extended family every week. And so like we were all there, and I think this was the time after that actually. So everything had been fine with me for a little bit, probably a couple months since like the leg thing had gone away, and I was like, it freaked me out because like, oh god, I'm like thinking back to that moment, because I think during the course of between the first time it happened and the second time it happened, I'd felt my knee be a little loose, and that worried me. But like I was like, okay, as long as I'm careful, nothing should happen. And then we were at that place, and I was playing, like my cousin had brought a soccer ball, and like we were just passing it to each other. I wasn't much to do that, so it was weird for me to be doing that at all. But I was like, why not? You know, I'm in a pretty good mood. And then I had the stupid idea of kicking the ball with my right leg. And the reason that's a stupid idea, at least for me at the time, was because that meant I was standing and putting weight on my left. What I did, the way I kicked it back to him, I had put like a lot of, not a lot, but like significant weight on my left knee. So it I guess the ligament broke again, or like it just tore out of place again, and then I fell. And the reason I'm like, Amy has Asperger's too. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if she's comfortable with me saying that, but like, yes. But I mean, she's fine. She's like, probably one of the most high functioning people I've ever seen. Which, again, to me, is just like it's just a personality with a name. I don't think of you as different just because you have autism. Pell, I probably have autism, and I don't know. I'm probably like super high functioning, or maybe I'm just normal functioning. I don't fucking know. The reason I shuddered when I remembered this moment was because I remember that it made like an audible crack that time, and I fell, and like it hurt like a bitch that time. Like, I mean, it hurt the first time too. It sucked the first time, but that time particularly, I remember because I'd like fallen on my knee that time. Hey Miguel, how you doing? And I was just, it sucked. And like we couldn't find out for the life of us what it was, because they kept telling us that like through x-rays that my leg was fine. It wasn't broken. It wasn't like there were no bone issues. It's even worse when it makes noise. Absolutely. And the reason It's funny. The reason I remember that was the second time it had happened was because that was the day I told my mom that I had been dating Alex. Um, because it was like a month after we had started dating. And after that, it happened a bunch of times. It happened once during middle school. Like this one, I remember particularly because it was such bullshit. We were in PE in middle school, and we were playing basketball, and I was like, okay, this is whatever. So I was just like trotting across the court, um, and I guess because I like the way I was trotting, my ligaments were doing this. So I guess at one point during the trot, it did this, and like I fell again, and it sucked. Do I like Dashie? I don't really watch Dashie, but then again, I don't really watch a whole lot of Let's Players. Right now, I'm more into true crime stuff, which I know probably makes me sound like a fucking weirdo, but yeah, I'm more into that stuff. Will I ever play Earthbound? Eventually, I do want to go back to it. Yeah. Today's been rough, but yeah, I understand Zenson. Um, so it happened that time. It happened a couple times throughout high school as well. And the last time it happened, chances of you being able to kidnap me and make me play OJ, low, very low. Play Earthbound, okay. The last time it happened was, it's gonna be 2 years ago. This November, October. This October, it's gonna be 2 years. Do I like JonTron? Yeah, I do like JonTron, but again, I haven't watched him in a while. How am I? Well, considering that I am on screen and having a chat with you guys, probably means no. But I appreciate it, Phoenix. Okay, so it was this October is gonna be 2 years ago. I went to go visit Nathan. It was Drew, Tetra, Swanky, Nathan, and I. We had gotten together, and we had gone to, because Swanky wanted to record a thing that he has not uploaded as of yet. I don't know if he's going to. In fact, if anything, I feel like Tetra and Nathan are the ones that keep lobbying for this. Because like we went to this like trampoline park that was like nearby where, I say nearby, it was like an hour and a half away from where Nathan lives. And we went there because Swanky was going to record a video there that involved all of us. And I had been on a trampoline before, like about 5 years ago. We went to my uncle's house in California, and he has a trampoline, and I was absolutely fine. So I figured, you know what? I'll be fine. Yeah, if we go to the trampoline park, I will be absolutely fine. So we went, recorded a few things, and then we were just jumping. And then I jumped a little bit too high, and I was going to land right next to where Tetra was. So I jumped from one part of the trampoline, because like there were individual trampolines that were like in square shapes and then like hard plastic dividing them. And I know what you're thinking, but that's not where this is going. I was on one, Tetra was on the one next to me. I jump really high. I'm like midair, and I'm like, I can't go back, or I'm probably gonna hurt myself. I ended up hurting myself anyway. So like I was going to where Tetra was, which you're not allowed to do. But it was like my only course of action. So like I went to where he was, landed on my leg, and I guess like it just really hit itself. And he landed on top of me. And everyone keeps thinking that it was his fault, and I keep telling them that it wasn't his fault. Like he had nothing to do with me injuring myself. But like it hurt. It's funny because it hurt the same way it normally does, except this time I couldn't even stand. Like it didn't hurt any more than it usually did. Except this time, I couldn't even bring myself to stand up. Because normally when it happens, I would just find a way to like snap it back into place. But this time I was like, no, if I move, this shit hurts. And like the staff wanted to call an ambulance, and I'm like, no. No. And then like, I figured regardless, I was like, I'm like, I just need to rest. By tomorrow, I will be fine. And I was not fine. I got up the next day, and it had swollen like a bitch, and it had never done that before. My leg had never swollen whenever I had an accident. So that was when they decided, like, okay, we need to take, like, and I remember just being so upset about it. Like, I never told the guys this, but like, we after we drove home, um, Tetra and Drew drove me to Walmart. Like I went with them because I felt bad. Like I don't want you guys to go on your own. Like please take me. And they went inside and got and like bought me crutches, which I still have. um, and I cried in the car because like I felt so bad that I felt like I'd ruined my friends like because I knew that they were worried about me. I knew that they didn't feel like anything was ruined, but I felt bad because I was like, already I'm someone with a lot of anxiety. I'm someone who has a lot of like self-esteem issues, and I'm causing like a scene or a big deal. And I didn't want that, you know. I didn't want to like ruin anybody's trip because like we were there recording stuff, sure, but we were also there to have fun, and I didn't want to ruin everybody's fun. And after that, like they took me to an not what was that place called? Because it wasn't really a hospital. It was like the reason I don't know what they're called is because we don't have the equivalent here. But it was like a small little like checkup place. I don't remember what it's called. It's emergency something. But fortunately, it was nearby. You know, we went. And same thing as right here. Emergency care. That's what it is, Kyle. Thank you. Oh, well, it was not a free clinic. Let me tell you that. It was definitely not a free clinic, but like, yeah, it was emergency care. They took me to emergency care. And you know, we waited for a while. I even told the guys like, dude, fucking go back home and like do your stuff. I'll let you know when I'm out. So the doctor checked on me. She took some x-rays, saw me, and was like, you seem fine. You know, like, you're swelling a lot, but that could be because of a sprain. And I felt so... In a way, I felt mad, because I was like, I keep hearing the same thing over and over again, but there's no way that's what this is. And, like, I explained everything to her. I told her how everything went down, and she told me, like, okay, well, when you go back home, just to be sure, go see a podologist or a podiatrist. And I'm like, okay, yeah. So came back home, went to the podiatrist, which is literally like a few blocks from here. And immediately he was like, oh, you tore your ACL. I'm like, fucking, you touched my leg for like 2 seconds and you knew exactly what it was. And honestly, I felt kind of silly because I was like, man, honestly, I don't know why we didn't do that before. And it's funny because I had that, I figured that that's what it was because years ago, I started watching Draw with Jazza, who just goes by Jazza nowadays. But I started watching Draw with Jazza, and he did a Draw My Life to celebrate a milestone. And I think it was 100K actually. And he did a Draw My Life, and he explained how in his youth he tore his ACL. And like as he was describing everything, I was like, that's exactly how I feel. I wonder if that's what happened to me. But I couldn't be sure. So when I got confirmed here 2 years ago, I was like, fucking, are you kidding me? I've been suspecting that for years. So you know, we went to the hospital and told him like, hey, this is what's going down. I was told it was this, blah, 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 blah. Got scheduled for surgery, had surgery last year. Even that was kind of scary because during the operation, like, with the anesthetic that they put in me, they hit like a nerve, and I was in the hospital for a day longer than I should have been. Well, actually, no, for like 2 or 3 days longer than I should have been because I was supposed to leave the very next day, but because they hit that nerve, they were like, we want to check on you and we want you to lay down because you could like feel really dizzy if you're sitting up. And you like something worse might happen, like you might pass out, whatever. We want to have you in observation. That killed me because like being 24 hours, having to be awake, and not being able to even sit up was like awful. And then like during the night, like it's awful. It's awful being in a hospital. And I mean, I got the easy version of that. Like I know that there are a lot of other people who have to go to the hospital more regularly and spend more time in the hospital, but like hospitals are probably like the least my least favorite place in the world. Have I played any Mario and Luigi RPG games? I've played a little. I don't even know if halfway through, but I played Bowser's Inside Story, and I haven't beaten it yet. Here's how he did it. The doctors couldn't find out before him because he broke your ACL, and then he broke your ACL then and there. That's why nobody could figure out, not even the doctor that I saw right after. 3DS original. What? Original. I haven't played the 3DS one. Enjoying Fire Emblem? I am enjoying Fire Emblem. So that's the story of what happened to my leg. I tore my ACL, I had surgery, and after the surgery, I had physical therapy, which, you know, I'd never looked forward to doing, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, I also feel like my legs are getting a lot better, and I feel like that both my legs in general, because I exercise both legs, like, they feel stronger, and I feel like more balanced than I've ever been. Which is good. That's a plus. Absolutely. An ACL. What's an ACL? An ACL is an anterior cruciate ligament. So it's like a little piece of flesh inside, like, that connects our bone tissue together. So, like, right above it is the kneecap, and then the ligament is right here above it. We have 4 ligaments. Well, yeah, I guess it's 4 ligaments, but they're 3 different classifications. The anterior cruciate ligament, the what the hell is the one behind it called? Because they have a similar name. It's the posterior, obviously, dumbass. The posterior cruciate ligament, and then there are 2 on the sides which have the same name, but I don't remember what those are called. And if those had like torn, that would have been absolute yikes if one of those had torn. But ACL tears are pretty common. Not like super common. Like, not everyone gets them, but in fact, they're very common amongst people who practice sports, which is ironic considering that it happened in a sports-related thing, but, like, oftentimes it's people who play football or soccer, sometimes even basketball players, because of how, like, they turn and stuff. And, like, what gets to me is that, like, those players have those tears, and then they go in for surgery, and then, like, months later they're already back on the field playing, and I don't even feel comfortable, like, jogging sometimes. It's nuts. Level 100. Yikes, level 100. That's absolutely. No, not interior, anterior. So, like, before the cruciate, because, like, there's like there are other ligaments that do this, the between the anterior and the posterior. Just because it's not as bad as others doesn't mean it's not bad. You were still there. Well, I appreciate that, Naru. I absolutely appreciate that. But yeah, that's the story of what happened to my leg. It has been a tough decade of having to endure that, but it's good to know that there's something that can be done about it, and that it has a name, and that, like, in the future, if it does happen again, I know what it is. See you with more on. Oh, Kyle. But yeah, you know, like, I think, even just talking about that makes me feel a little better. Makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. But at the same time, it's like the problem is it's just like ignoring stuff. It's just like not even acknowledge. And it's not that I can't acknowledge the issues that I'm facing. It's just that, like, a lot of things pile up. You know, the sort of hump that broke the camel's back for me was that, like, I was working on writing Soulstar last night, and I was on my laptop. And I didn't want to wake anybody up because it was late, and I brought my headphones with me. I moved the laptop a little bit, and it snapped my my headphone jack. So now the headphones that you always see me wear are practically useless now. Bottle up. It's weird. Like, I used to bottle things up. I don't really do much. I don't do that much anymore. I try to be as honest with myself as possible, especially since I was in denial about a lot of stuff, like, years ago. And it's just not worth it, because, like, physical pain starts happening afterwards, you know, like, whenever, like, I'm super mad or something, or when I used to be, like, I used to get, like, super angry, and I'd, like, bottle it up, like, my liver would start to hurt, because that's where all that bile concentrates. So, like, you just start to feel the physical pain. It's like, nah, if something's bothering me, like, more often than not, I will address it, or I will express it in some way. I'll let it out in some way, even if I don't like talk to the person about it. But like that's one of the things, is that like there's something I've been wanting to talk about with somebody, and like they've just not made the time to talk to me, and like they know I want to talk to them, but it's, you know. And I've tried to just flat out say stuff before. They've ignored it. They never addressed it, and it's just like, I don't know. So that's like one thing. Um, the stress of like how my work is doing. You know, I worked really hard on that Xenoblade video, and it like tanked. Honestly, like that feels bad. The SpongeBob video is already caught up, which is understandable. It's a shorter video. It probably has a bigger reach to most people. Um, one of the worst parts of it is, it's like these are such fucking first world problems to me that like I think about it as like, man, there's other shit going on in the world. I'm such a bitch for like even feeling bad about these things. Like Naru said, you know, like it's my pain. It's something that's bothering me. It doesn't have to bother everybody else, but like it's still something I think about. It's like, well, why am I upset about it? I have no right to be upset about it. I shouldn't. There are so many good things going on in my life too. Um, I don't know. It had been after Xenoblade. After I uploaded Xenoblade, it had been I took like 2 days to like even get started on the SpongeBob video, because uh, I just felt like utter shit after the fact. I was like, nothing feels good. I want to keep, sleeping. I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to do anything. Um, and then that made me feel lazy, and it was just like a cycle of like beating yourself down, and but yeah. Writing what? Oh, Soulstar. It's a project that I've been working on for a while, and that's something else that I think had gotten to me too, is that I hadn't worked on Soulstar for a while. And sometimes it feels dead. It feels really dead, just because it's like the difficulty of finding somebody to help you. Like that friend that I talked about that was gonna help me find someone to do it hasn't gotten back to me. I shot him a message today, because the last time we talked was 2 months ago, and it's just like, you never got back to me about anything. So I'm like, just checking in to see if you'd had the chance to talk to that guy, say hi to your family for me. Hope you're doing well. It's what is Soulstar? It is a series that or it's an entry in a series that I've been working on since I was younger. And the plot has continuously changed, but I think I'm finally at a point where like I enjoy where the story is, where it's going, the characters in it, their characterizations, their relationships to each other and the world. Previously, like it was all character driven. Like the world was really second. It was a second thought. I didn't really put much thought into like what the world was. But now like there's backstory, there's lore. Not as much as like in an MMO or something, but like, I don't know, still stuff that connects with the past of its own world. There are magical people who are called soul warriors, who have inhabited this planet called Thera, and oh god, see, this is another thing. There's another, like I'm going through it in my head. I'm like, who gives a shit? Like, it sucks to feel that way. Like I'm because I'm super passionate about it. I know I wrote the book on it, not literally, but like metaphorically. I've written a lot of things down. I know the world, and as I describe it, it's like, unless I get into spoilers, this shit sounds boring as fuck. It sounds so generic, but like at the same time, I don't want to, go into too much detail and accidentally spoil something. But there's this planet called Thera, which is just like our world. A lot of ocean, a lot of land. And there are people like you and me, humans, normal humans living their life. But amongst those humans, there are people called soul warriors who have magical powers, elemental abilities. They can wield weapons that are personal to them. And throughout time, they've slowly started to die out. And now there are very few left, and they are divided into two factions: the Masters of Darkness and the Servants of Light. And the Servants of Light catch wind that the Masters of Darkness are planning to do something on an event that is known as the First Eclipse, which happens once every 1,000 years, and their job is to stop them. But there is a catch to everything going on in the plot, and it's the discovery of the main character of a star-shaped object, which she takes as a good luck charm, and she overhears her team call it a legendary object called the Soul Star. But, well, more than legendary, it's mythical. Like, no one actually believes that they exist, and she was holding on to one. And her friend had the others, so now they want to set out and find the rest of them. And maybe those are the key to stop the Masters of Darkness from achieving their own plan. Hello, Amardima. Amardime? I don't know. Amaradime. I hope that's what it's saying. Dragon Plays. I didn't even realize. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't have my layout on, so I didn't see the thing. I appreciate you. Ah, yes, humans. Just describe the magic system, the rules. The people become interested if they know what to expect. I suppose so. And I mean, it's not a super complicated system. I don't like to think so. I'm a simpleton. I'm not so much a simp as I am a simpleton. So it's like I don't think it's anything super complicated. But like explaining it to people is can be a lot more confusing, but that's more on me. Of the way I lay it down. You hadn't heard all that before and it made you more interested. I'm glad. Cause like that's just entry one. That's just like the first part of this series. The teaser trailer, which I have on YouTube, is one of one of the Servants of Light telling the main characters the story of Light and Dark, which are these mythical beings that used to exist back when the universe started, and how they would always... There was nothing. There was basically nothing at the beginning. There were just two things, light and dark, and they one day, or day, considering that there's no time, but like at some point in time, they find each other and they're like, oh shit, there's something else that isn't me in this vast nothingness. And they hung out, they loved each other, like they finally had something with who to share nothing with. But then one day, or again at some point, they realize, like, I don't want to be without this other being. Like, I want us to be together forever. So they try to become one, but they couldn't. One kept absorbing the other. Until, and like they did that for a long, long time. Until one day, darkness tried to escape from light and ended up destroying light, dispersing it throughout the nothingness. And it said that is what created the universe, that's what created everything. And it said that darkness is still out there somewhere looking for light. And that's a huge plot point for the entire series. It's the relationship between light and dark. And I don't want to get into more beyond that, because it's probably gonna... I'm accidentally going to spoil something. You were quoting God. That was God? Is that right? Real late in the UK? Absolutely will. No problem. Don't worry about it. Good night. Sleep well. Get digital eggs if I think of setting Portal 2. I mean, it's in the plans. It's definitely in the plans, probably down the line. I need to do Portal 1 first, though. So I don't need to make a ton of stuff complicated. Absolutely, yeah. Story setting, if you ever need another perspective, you're available whenever. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate you. Sounds interesting. Thank you. When is this coming out and where? Well, that's the thing. I don't know when it's coming out, because I am the character designer, I am the writer, I am the... when I say writer, I mean not only of the dialogue, but like of the story itself. And designing all the characters. It's like I've tried to take courses on how to 3D model, on how to make games, and it's just... I don't have the time to study it, and I I get frustrated really easily when like something's not going well, and I have to keep like revisiting the same concept over and over and over again. Um, I'm still not averse to it, but it's just like I know that I wouldn't be as good as other people who know how to make games and other people who know how to 3D model. So it's like I would much rather leave that up to them than make something mediocre myself. They can just base the models off of my designs. Um, um, but I don't have a team for it yet, which is unfortunate because I honestly thought I'd have that by now. The plan is find a development team to at least make a demo, which I can then freely distribute to you guys so that you can get how the combat system works. I want to give everybody like a little taste of everything: combat system, dialogue system, support system, what the cutscenes are going to look like a small taste of small. I might have like too many ideas in mind, but like I really want to make it bare bones, little bit of everything. And then have people, crowdfund depending on whether or not they support the project. Because I think it's kind of someone asked me on Twitter, like, are you going to distribute the demo for supporters? And I'm like, at least to me, that's a really shitty way of doing it, because people are then like locked into a system, which I guess you can get your money back, I guess, but like, I don't want people to support a project at all if they don't know what they're getting into. So I'd rather people judge it based on whatever we have, and then make a contribution if you're so inclined based on the product that you see. You love my videos, thank you. I appreciate that. You love Wheatley? Oh, Wheatley. Yes, that's right. Jackbox and Chill. No, I'm gonna be drawing in a bit. I don't know when. I don't know at what point. Thank you, Zensen. I appreciate that. You will be my alpha beta testers. I mean, if you guys want to be, I would greatly appreciate that. That being said, like, beta testers probably should get paid for their time. And I know that beta testers often don't really even enjoy their jobs that much. Well, okay, not that they don't enjoy their jobs. They wouldn't do it if they didn't, but like, it's like, oh, is there collision here? Where can I find a bug? And I know that there are people who really, really enjoy that, but at least that's what I've heard. I don't know. Hey, Nathan. How you doing? I should still clip your toes into those mediums and the overall project as personal as possible. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I really do want to supervise every single little because I'm very protective of my work. Kyle knows this better than anybody, but I'm very protective of the things I do, and I would like to supervise every single aspect of the project as much as possible. But to do that, I need to like understand the at least basics of every little detail. Do I speak Spanish? I do. It'd be very difficult to live in Mexico and not know how to speak Spanish. Am I watching any good anime? Not at the moment. No, not at the moment. Tell your friends so they can check it out. That would be a great thing too, to like spread the word. But like I can't really encourage you guys to spread the word right now, considering nothing is currently being done. Like I'm barely even continuing to write stuff as is, because like I would at least like to get Soulstar done. Can you suggest one? An anime? I mean, sure, I probably won't get to it, but you can suggest it. Am I talking about Soulstar? I am talking about Soulstar, yes. At least right now. So I'm making a game. That is the plan, yes. It started out as me wanting to do an animated series, but animation itself takes way too long, and I mean, I'm not to say that games don't, but like I feel like the medium that or like the story I'm trying to tell would be better represented in video game form. You wouldn't mind fucking around with a lot of bait in the game, because you would be fucking around for the most part, but hey, that's the best way to find. That's true. That is true. And they're looking forward to it. Well, I appreciate it, Poke Girl. I appreciate it. If you have some film study videos, you watch a lot of to internalize that stuff. Yeah. Creature from the Krusty Krab. I have not played that, no. But a lot of people have been suggesting that I do other SpongeBob games, which I'm just like, I honestly did not expect people to want me to do more of these. I mean, I guess I should have. that's kind of on me, but like, they're not in my plans at all. I'm just hoping that it continues to grow. One thing that I feel a little bit more proud of than that, actually, because like, I guess SpongeBob's doing okay, especially compared to Xenoblade, but like, one of the things that I'm proud of is probably that we got a lot of referrals to the Minus World channel, which if you haven't checked out, we do have that. Like we get together, Nathan, Tetra, Drew, D-Pad, Swanky, like a lot of us get together and play games. And they come out like on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Sometimes we play games. Sometimes we do podcast. And I did a little bumper for that at the beginning of the SpongeBob video, just because I figured like, well, a lot of people who probably would enjoy a SpongeBob video would probably enjoy the Minus World stuff. Not to mention, we had sort of agreed that June was going to be our like data. Jesus Christ, Naru! Oh my God, you crazy fool! Thank you so much. That's so awesome. Welcome, Dangy, Tabu, Sean, Shadow, brother, Renrick, the cutest, Mystic, Boop, Alpha, the one guy. Jesus, thank you, Nora. That is so meaningful. I appreciate you. The Minus World community, like a Discord. We do have a Discord. You can check out the channel for the link to that. Sub bomb, that's right. God damn. We are great at podcasts. Well, thank you. Thank you, Brock. I've loved hearing, because like for that little bumper, I'd watched back some of the podcasts that were done without me, especially some that I'd missed, and they're great. We all have such great energy with each other. Like we definitely enjoy talking to each other. I don't know. Like at first things were a little awkward when it came to like planning stuff out, but now like we're close friends and talking to each other just comes easy, you know. Don't judge you, but you like Sonic 06. That's fine. I mean, I enjoy it well enough too. I don't think it's fantastic, but like I think it's because of how much people hate that game that I gave it more of a chance. What do you mean the multi-platform video game during the generation, the best-selling console about the most popular cartoon character in years sold well? No, that's not what I meant. I more so meant that like because it was so well received and that people would be interested in it, that I figured that like, oh, they're probably going to be interested in Minus World as well. So let me like do a little bumper, and we gained like what 1,000 subs in 3 days or something, which is like our biggest growth in a long time. You like random Q&A? Well, I mean, ask me anything, honestly. The thing was, Nathan, I was feeling, or I guess I still am feeling a little, like, not great. and that's why, like, I decided to just mellow out for a little bit and chill and, like, talk to you guys. Just because, like, I don't know. I don't even know if we're gonna draw today. I mean, part of me wants to, but the other part of me is like, yeah, I could talk. I could talk for hours and be fine with that. Been having chest pain. Oh, geez, you okay, bud? I should look up some more THQ games. The nostalgia market for those games are hot right now. Really interesting. Damn, Brock, thank you for the sub. Welcome, Ironic Not Savage. Welcome to the Squish Squad. That's what I choose to call you guys. But you also have I think it's Soul Warrior. What are the names of the tiers that I have for subs? I mean, I don't expect anyone to go beyond the first one. I think it's Soul Squish, Soul Warrior, and Soul Guard, I think is what it is. Gonna go to the dock this week to check out though. Good idea. Yeah. Hope everything's alright with you, bud. Did I read the thing that you sent me a while back? Which one? I don't know if I might have. I must have. I must have seen it, but I don't remember. If you're in PC, what? On the story you got in my head. Oh, you think it's asthma? Oh, that might be. Like if chest pains. Because my mom developed asthma recently, and well, recently. I say that it was like, damn, 6 years ago. Jesus, time goes by so fast. And yeah, she has not really chest pains, but like she has a lack of breathing from time to time. Am I on amino? We have an amino. Yeah. Actually, let me start the bot because we do have a link for that. Did it not work? No way. Did it get rid of that too? Are you kidding me? No. I've turned on the bot before. After that. I gotta install that. Oh, wait, no. There she is. Never mind. Your mom has asthma is probably what it is. It's only happening a small... could be. Yeah, very well could be. I wanted to chat. Yeah. Not feeling great. So, I don't know. I think maybe it's talking to... Of course. There you go. I'm pretty sure I have the amino thing there. Let me check. Amino? Oh, no, it's Namino, I think. There we go. What? Why do you have the me command, you fucking weirdo? There's the link, by the way, if you want to join the amino. About the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship I did a bit ago. What about it, Trinity? Is it scripted? Oh, thank you for the sub, Nathan. I appreciate you. Welcome back for 3 months, you beautiful boy. Half of it is scripted. The other half, like, I tried to do my best to be. When I said that, like, I only do sponsorships with things that I do believe in, I'm not lying. That's not part of the script. Like, there are a few things that they have you say, but for the most part, I try to do everything the way I can. Like, I did a amino bump that they absolutely fucked me on, so I'm probably not gonna work with them again. They tried to get me to work with them again like a year ago, and I was like, nah, dude. I have friends who tell me like how much you pay them, and you're absolutely trying to fuck me on this. Raid never got back to me. I think, well, no, did Raid want to do another thing? Raid wanted to do a thing while I was already working on a Raid thing, and what sucked about it was that, like, it was during Creepy Month of last year, when I was working on Resident Evil games. The Resident Evil titles were supposed to come out all month, and I had a deadline. Like, they set a deadline for me, so I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, I know nobody's gonna watch the Resident Evil shit, so I need to maximize this as much as possible. And I wasn't wrong. Like, the Resident Evil videos did not do great, but I think 4 probably did the best, which is, I mean, fucking shocker, right? But, I had a deadline for the 15th, I want to say. So I was like, okay, well, I haven't done Team Sonic Racing. I was going to put that off until, like, the next Sonic Marathon. Might as well do that now. So I rushed, played the game, and did everything wrong within, like, 4 days. And it surprisingly did not do as well as I thought it was going to, which was very disappointing. But then, like, they reached out to me again, and I'm like, oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. But, like, then they never got back to me. Like, cool, all right. Is like ET for the Atari 26, the 20,600. How so, Kyle? So Nightbot is going to be replaced. I would like it to be. Yeah, I want something more personalized. But yeah. Well, I appreciate you, Jazzman. Is that tank game still online? It should be. We played it like a month ago. Who do I prefer in terms of Sonic? I mean, that's a conversation in and of itself. I prefer Roger's acting. My favorite Shadow is actually Jason. But my favorite Sonic is still Ryan. I think he's still my favorite, despite what a lot of people might say. I think his voice is my favorite. My favorite acting is Roger, though. Mother. RCS. Oh, Roger Cricksmith. Like, what is RCS? Have I heard of Broken Picture Phone? You have a feeling I would enjoy. I don't know what that is. That sounds familiar, though. I don't know. Am I staring into the camera for hours at a time? Kind of. I'm not used to it, but I'm trying to. What's my favorite song from Kingdom Hearts? Yours is simple and clean, then Face Your Fears. I love Face My Fears. I know that a lot of people didn't. I'm not saying that's my favorite, but like I know that a lot of people kind of shit on it after it came out because like, oh, dubstep, ew, this sucks. And especially after Don't Think Twice came out, people definitely veered toward that one. And I love that one too. I love Don't Think Twice, but like I love Face My Fears. I don't think the dubstep hurts it at all. Broken Picture Phone is great. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's why you said Mother. It probably simple and clean. I do enjoy that. Have I played Definitive Edition? I have not. No. And it's probably gonna be a while until I do. I just did Xenoblade and like I spent a month on that project, which, oh boy. That was another thing that like had me exhausted, and the fact that it didn't do especially well, like hurt just because it's like, man, I went through so much shit. Like it plateaued. I'm like, oh man, that sucks. Did I know that they made an arcade machine based on Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon? Yes, I did. That is the only Luigi's Mansion I do not own because it's an arcade machine. You feel like everything wrong with continue to get views through overtime? Yes, some of them do. Some of them just flatline completely. Like they just disappear from people's recommended, and I don't understand. Like you guys know YouTube better than I do, honestly. Like you Swanky and Tetra probably know it a lot better than I do. Well, no, you definitely know it a lot better than I do. But like some continue to get views over the time. Like Undertale is always relevant. Like it's almost at 2 million now, and it's like that's nuts. And that was another game that I worked a long time on too. Like that one took me like 2 months or something because I did the full dub, something that is completely foolish of me to do, and that's not how I'm going to be handling text games from now on. I'm only going to voice act the parts that need to be voice acted. That's it. And but like I'm glad that one did well, and it always gets views, but that's because Undertale's always relevant. I look at Resident Evil, I look at Team Sonic Racing. It's like those videos just after like a month, hell, even after a couple weeks, like they just flatline. At least for me. That happens a lot with your videos. Sometimes do bad after the other pick up. I mean, I hope that's what happens. Why are you hating on Sanctuary? Sanctuary is great. I love Sanctuary. Sanctuary. You still can't believe you dubbed the whole game. I can't believe it has the amount of views it has. Like, it's at like 60,000. I want to say it's at 60,000 or something. Let me check. I don't remember how many views it has, but like I look at it and it's like it has way more views than a 10-hour video should have. But then again, it's Undertale. That's why I felt a little confident in like uploading it. Undertale. It is currently at 67,000, which is way more than it should have. I'm surprised that people keep finding the oh, maybe it's because it's in the playlist. That's probably how people see it. The fake Undertale one I did like an hour before I put out the actual Undertale video with the Soulstar teaser. Or like it was another Soulstar teaser. Like I'm surprised that still continues to get views because it's at 17K and it's just like it should not have that many views. I unlisted that video, but it's probably because it's in the playlist. Maybe that's how people find it. Have I watched Naruto? I have not. No. Funny story. With one of the Naruto Storm games, I found a GameCube disc for the second one when I lived in Florida. It's scratched to hell, and I never like tried it out to see if it works, but I think I still have it. Like I brought it with me. It's just like that's interesting for the commentary when you work on stuff. Yeah, that can be fun. That's kind of what I do with true crime videos too. Whenever I'm like drawing, it's nuts. I've heard so many of those cases that like when my sister tells me, because she's kind of getting into it too, and she tells me like, oh, did you hear about there's this case where this and this happens? I'm like, oh yeah, and then this happens. Like, how do you know about them? Like, cause I've heard so many true crime videos that the Epstein documentary. No, but I really want to. I really want to check it out. I'm binging Brooklyn Nine-Nine at the moment. I'm on the last season, like a fucking lunatic. But I've enjoyed it so much because it's like from the same people who made Office and Parks and Rec. Which makes a lot of sense because like I'd heard so many good things about it, and then I started watching it, and I don't think it's the most hilarious show I've ever seen, but it has so much heart behind it. And then I found out like Michael Schur, I think is his name, co-created it. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Do I like Dragon Ball? Not as much as like a lot of other people do. I know about it mostly through proxy, but I've never really watched it. Kingdom Hearts song gotta have nice lyrics and a cool beat, and you don't think it has. Okay, that's fine. Who's the best collaborator from Everything Wrong With? It's hard to say. Like I've enjoyed a lot of people's company. Something that I try to do when possible nowadays is like record our voices together because I didn't used to do it like that. Like I think the first person I ever did a collab with on an Everything Wrong with was my friend Anthony, Stargamer, who, man, it's funny how like little you think you know someone, right? Because when I met Anthony, he was doing he I had like 200 or something subscribers. And that's not important. What's the reason I say that is because it reminds me like where I was at the time. And it like the amount can give me a better idea as like how long ago that was. So that was like 6 or so years ago. No. Holy shit, that was 7 years ago. God damn. Um and he was a Lego brick animator and he went to college for that. And that's not even what he does anymore. He's not an animator. He's like on tour and shit singing. And I was like, you sing, because like he posts his stuff to Instagram a lot, and I'm like, I didn't know you sang. You're so good. And he lives in New York, so he does like tours around like the New York area, and it's just like that's nuts. But like he had me come on to his Sonic Lego series to do voice acting, and he was the one who suggested we do Brawl, and I was like, I don't know how we're gonna do that considering there's no dialogue, but yeah, sure, I can give it a shot. And so I wrote the script. He co-wrote some of the sins, and it was at the time like the best performing. Like for a long time, it was one of my best performing videos, and I'm like, wow, okay, well, that I need to definitely go with what my friends say a little bit more instead of not being like, or instead of thinking like, oh, there's no way this is gonna work. The new season of 13 Reasons Why. Why? You don't even like that show. Why are you watching it? Forensic Files on Netflix is a true crime show I might enjoy. I'll give it a shot. Z is great, but Super is iffy to you. I've heard the opposite. I've heard that like Z is great, but like Super is better because it's like a recap. Which Luigi's Mansion game do I prefer? Oh, that's tough. I loved 1 for a really long time. 2 is good, but like very different from 1. And 3 I absolutely loved because I feel like it's a very good marriage between the two. I think it's a great combination of 1 and 2. Even if it's not really a mansion, but like I don't know. I love 3 a lot. Nice polo shirt. Thank you. I appreciate that. You will most likely see me wearing these. It's not even because I really love polo shirts. I just have a lot of them. They're comfy. They're very comfy. It's funny because I never got self-conscious about it until one day. I don't remember who it was. They came on to stream. It's like, man, you're always wearing polo shirts. I'm like, yes, I am. I don't even mean to. They're comfy and easy to wear. That's right. That's absolutely right. Could I tell you about my video game collection? More so how it's coming along. It's probably not as grand as like other people's video game collections, but I think it's good. There's a lot. I mean, I have very few retro games. I have like a small stack of NES games up there. I mean, you guys can't really. You're not going to be able to see it very well, but it's over. Oh well, there's my shelf of the games themselves, and then like the consoles. I mean, and the games are over there. It's focusing a little bit. Like they have the Wii's stacked on the GameCubes and the PS3 stacked on the PS2s because they're smaller. I mean, it's coming along well. I haven't bought one in a while just because it's like I'm trying to save up money. I really don't want to spend too much. You like my scarf? You want one too? Yeah. No, I love my scarf. I always keep it here. It's a great scarf. It says Final Fantasy 14 on it, and it's edgy because it's black and red. One of my favorite color combinations because it's edgy. I'm not even lying. That's actually why I enjoy that combination. 2 PS1s. Actually, it's 4. It's 2 chunky PS1s and then 2 more PS1 Slims on top of it. 2 GameCubes. Okay, so I can't believe you guys saw that. What the fuck? So the silver GameCube was the original GameCube that my parents bought for me, or I guess more accurately, my dad bought for us back in 04, I want to say. I think it was 04. Yeah, he bought it at a Costco. Because I think it came with Sunshine. What did it come with? Sunshine and Melee, I think it was. One is just broke. Yeah, no, same. That's exactly what mine is. It just broke. I think the laser broke over time, and then we got the black one, which is the one that still works. And it has like both the memory cards and the GBA reader underneath it. That I don't know if Nathan is still here. I think he is, but like the GBA adapter for the GameCube is a really funny story. Because last time we got together, when my knee thing happened, we went game hunting. As we always do whenever we're with Nintendo, we go game hunting. And you hear? Good. I hope you don't mind if I tell people this story. I think we all bought like different stuff. We were doing one of the challenges, which you can see on Drew's channel. The Good Game Challenge was the one we did that time. I look so chipper and spry because it was before the accident. And then at the very end, when we're like doing the presentations on the game, I look so tired because that was like a day or two after the accident happened. But I think Nathan bought the GameCube adapter because the GBA adapter because he didn't have it. And I was like, "Oh, did you buy the disc with it?" And he's like, "No, I just got the adapter." I was like, "It doesn't work without the disc." He's just like, "Fine, I'll buy the fucking disc later." That's not verbatim what he said, but it was just like a, "Oh man, you have the disc now, yeah." Your broken ass childhood one, the silver one that you got me. And then your uncle gave you his so you could model. Oh, nice. How do I rate the Sly Cooper games? Like in order? Probably 3, 2, 4, 1? I don't know. Damn, I don't know. I like them all. I like people kind of shit on the fourth one a little bit, but I like the fourth one. Oh, well, thank you, Ironic. I appreciate you. Don't be ironic. No, don't cry. How long have I and Nathan been friends? That's right, 2016. I love that story because like you would think that Nathan and I have been friends like most of our lives, and that is nowhere near the truth. Like we were both pretty well into adulthood when we became friends, and it was really funny too because like we were both sitting at around 30K subscribers at the time, and one day I got an email from him. Like his very first email, like his profile picture was like a young version of him and his sister, saying like, "Hey, you know, I have a YouTube channel too, and I think like maybe we should collab. Do you want to do a Sonic game sometime?" Like, oh well, let me check this guy out. Let me see. We have been friends forever. That's right. Pretty much yeah, Alex and I pretty much know each other our whole lives, essentially. Like not since we were kids or anything, but like pretty much. So like he hit me up and I was like, oh, let me check this guy out, like see what he does. And I noticed that he had like pretty popular videos, like Mario stuff. And I'm like, yeah, okay, this guy takes it seriously. And like he seems to know what he's doing. Let me check him out. 5ever, that's right. Sever. No, don't sever. Started to exist. You were already saying each other's names. Yeah, pretty much. The Shadow the Hedgehog video collab was pretty funny. The Bigums one? That was his idea, actually. But yeah, Nathan came to me and told me he wanted to collab. I checked him out. I was like, yeah, I'll collab with this guy. And like, I don't know if I've ever said this to him before, but like, we're pretty close now. So I feel comfortable saying it now. But I felt like our first encounter was super awkward just because like I was so used to like, joking around with whoever I would talk to on the phone, and like that was still at the time where like everybody used Skype, so we called on Skype, and like right out the gate everything was very professional. Everything was very like, okay, so I have this idea and like this and that, and I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, like very few introductions, just like I have this idea, and like we bounce ideas off of each other. And like it was actually Nathan who got me to play Sonic CD because at that point I had not played Sonic CD yet. So I played it, I enjoyed it, and you know, a couple weeks later, like we did the top 10, because that was still at the time when Nathan did top 10s. top 10 best Sonic games. And like he played a couple of games that he hadn't played yet, but I had, like Sonic Colors. Like I remember I was like, oh, I love Colors. Colors is like top 5 for me. And he's like, oh, I've never played it. I'll have to borrow my girlfriend's game. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Like, I had the time for swearing now. He curses more than I do. Yep, that's true. Yeah, I didn't yell at you. That was not yelling. A new Nathan in 2014, a new you in 20. Really? Wow. That is one of the things about doing YouTube that is so weird to me. You've still yet to play Colors. I still have the copy you gifted me for Christmas, so still right there. I know exactly where it is. In perfect condition. First Sonic game I ever 100%ed. Do I like Strikers Charge? Yes! It's actually the only Mario Strikers game I own. It's actually... This is the case it came in. I have Sonic Unleashed in it, but because my mom got it for me at a GameStop, and for some reason it was inside a PS3 disc. I don't know why. And it had like shitty printed out cover art. So I put Strikers Charge in another box. I don't know where it is, but like, yeah, I have Strikers Charged. I love Strikers Charged. I've never owned the original Strikers though, which I also really, really enjoy. You gave me your color. You said you bought it for me. What do you mean you gave me your colors? I told you. I thought that it was interesting that you regifted it to me, and you're like, no, why would you think I would regift something someone gave to me? I asked my parents if I could buy you the game, and I did. That's what you said. Your money. That's okay, I'm not saying anything. Wait, oh, I'm not getting into this. I am not. There's more than one Strikers game? Yes. Strikers is the original on GameCube, and then Strikers Charge for the Wii. You make him get worked up. You really do. So easily. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why you enjoy it. It really makes me feel bad. Strikers is pretty solid. I love the game. I think it's great. You can't say the F word, it's bad. Frick is what I have to say to that. God, you feel old trying to remember that the last time we all talked on Skype. Damn, dude. 2012 it must have been. Someday you will achieve this level of annoying. You know, it's funny. Part of me has always wanted that, like someone that I can just easily be like, fuck you, man, but like not actually. Like just like the various. But I feel like at the same time, I feel like I don't want that just because it's like sometimes, most of the time, I take things a little bit too personally, and I don't want that because it's like there are people I can joke around with, and like name call and stuff, but like I just don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to be like fuck you to somebody, unless I'm like kind of worked up. But even then, it's like I don't mean it. You've only ever known about the GameCube one. Yeah, I mean, the charged version is more or less the same thing. The Wii one is better. It's been a while since I played either one, honestly. I just remember liking both, so. You knew me when I had... Really? Well, thank you, Naura. That means so much. Oh, right. Going back to that. Doing this is nuts because it's like... You hear about people be like, oh, yeah, like... the other day, I heard like people watching your videos. I'm like, what? Really? That's nuts. Like, I remember after Alex and I had stopped talking for a little bit, one day she got back to me. It's like, oh yeah, like a lot of my friends know who you are, and it bothers me. And I'm like, well, damn, I'm sorry. But it's just so nuts how small the world can be sometimes, just because like people have similar interests, and you know, you can overhear people like listening to a video and recognize where that's coming from. I remember like early on, I would get comments about that, like, "Oh, I heard like some kids at my school listening to this video," and it's like, how is that possible? That's nuts. You're not a question because your abuela asked me if you wanted to eat, so I'll ask again, did I watch Naruto or play the... No, okay, so what I said was I had not watched Naruto. I've never really watched it. It was huge when I was in middle school, but I never really watched it myself. And as for the Storm games, I've never played them, but I did find a copy of it on the ground back in the apartments I lived at in Florida, but it was all scratched up, and I don't know if it works. I would assume not, though. Watch JoJo. You said you were going to show me JoJo at PAX, and you never did. I know that we didn't have time to do anything, but... Hello, Josh. Good to see you. Speaking of PAX. Bitch, John was watching WWO. How is that my fault? What even happened in PAX? Dude, too many things. It was cold as fuck. I've never been somewhere where I felt that cold before. I'm not used to New England cold. But I enjoy it. I'm not going to say that, like, I enjoy the cold way more than I enjoy the heat. I would much rather be all bundled up than... And I've said this before. I would much rather be all bundled up than, like, sweating. I hate sweating. Ah, someone's talking shit. That's I don't know if that's just a Mexican saying or what, but like when you get like tinnitus in an ear, they say that people are... It's you for you being cold. It was cold outside. Also, I don't know if I ever told Nathan this or if he ever noticed it, but man, you guys could have told me that we were waking up early for our panel that day. I went to bed late because I'm like, oh man, we're gonna wake up and like go straight there and everything's gonna be nice. And then you guys walk in, it's like, we have 5 minutes to go, so get your dumb ass up. And I'm like, all right. And it was cold and I was tired and I told the barista at Starbucks that my name was Charles. That made everybody laugh. And I was like, wow, I'm glad that you definitely told me what time it was. No, because like I think it was Drew who I had talked to the night before, and he was like, okay, we're gonna get up at like 10 and then be there an hour later. And then you guys showed up at 9 and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh no. I think you guys had agreed on that the night before, but you guys hadn't seen me after that. So that's why, like, I didn't know. Drew said 10. Yes! That's his fault for the wrong time. Fucking Drew. Waking me up late. PAX was nice for you. It was freezing for me. Especially since, like, we were walking down the street sometimes, and it was just like... I remember... Was it the first night? Kyle can probably remember. I don't know if it was the first night or if it was the night after that where we were walking on the street. And this dude, this neighbor of mine, was in fucking shorts, rocking it like it was no big deal. I got spoiled the year I went with... Yes, I did. Last year I was very spoiled because it was not... Well, okay. After I got out of the airport, when you went to go pick me up, it was freezing because like the airport itself was like warm. It was toasty. It was like fine. And then the second I stepped out into the parking lot, this gust of wind hit me and it was freezing. But other than that, like that was the only time it was really cold. Not to mention we didn't really spend too much time outside. Cargo gang. Yeah, you're in your cargo shorts. I was like, this son of a bitch. Meanwhile, I'm covered up head to toe and I'm still cold. You really need to bring a heavy call. Yeah, it was a thin jacket. Dude, it was very, very... It wasn't even snowing. It was just cold. The first time I ever went to New England, though, it was chilly. That was 6 years ago, and it was very chilly. And I had my hat of mine that I bought over there. It was the first time I'd been to the States in years, and it was in a place that I'd never been to before. And my mom and I were walking down the street, and like just this gust of wind threw my hat off, and it was like, damn. It rained one day when we were there. I just remembered. It wasn't even really cold that day. I don't know. Reminiscing is fun. You think you got corona on that trip because the second day onward you could not warm up? Damn, Kyle. Well, I'm just glad you're okay. I'm just honestly glad you're okay. And I'm surprised that like none of us got sick at all. I don't know if anybody else did, but I didn't get sick during that at all. Do I like Chug Conroy? I think Emil is a swell dude. I haven't watched much of his stuff, but I know he's a good guy. You didn't get sick shockingly, dude. Yeah, you got sick pretty easily. Masks and gloves, baby. That's right. That is absolutely right. Fortunately, everyone was like sanitizing stuff at PAX, so that was definitely a good call on them. Like the only time I've heard horror stories about people getting sick at conventions. The only time I ever got sick was E3 last year. And I think it was because other people in Minus World were getting sick. I was sick for like 2 days. Because I felt it coming on. I'm like, no. Yes, it was Big Girl. Big Girl flew in and she was sick. And then like it kind of spread to everyone. And I was like, nope, I'm not gonna get sick. That's what I get for that's what you get and the boys get for tonguing and sharing bed. The only people who shared a bed were Tetra and his girlfriend and Drew and me, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we're the only ones that shared it. Because Nathan had his own bed. The one night that Luke and Kevin stayed over, I think they shared a bed. Nico was on his own, John was on his own, Sam was on his own. I'm pretty sure Simple was on his own too for the few days he stayed there. You had a room with a giant tray. Did I spoon Drew and call him Alex? I wanted to. I'm just kidding. No. Though spooning was... It was not off limits, I guess. No. I had a fun time with Drew. I was a little worried that it was going to be weird for him, but because I had no problem with it. Like I have no qualms about like staying in another bed with someone else. That's why like I immediately offered. I was like, hey, so if anybody wants to bunk with me, I'm good. And yeah, like no qualms. Not saying if it didn't happen, if it did though. Drew has a girlfriend. Yeah, no. Drew has a girlfriend, and she is absolutely lovely. I met her this year. I'm sure he's fine with me talking about this, because I'm not gonna name any names just in case he doesn't want that to be known. But like, before PAX this year, he wanted me to visit for a couple weeks, and I was like, oh yeah, absolutely. So like, dude, that shit was nuts. Like the day I got there was fucking crazy. Because we were talking, we were on the road back to his place. And I think I've told the story before actually. I'm not sure. But like this was his car. We were just talking about stuff. We were on the road. Car in front of us. And then another car in front of that, I'm pretty sure. Car in front of the car, 2 cars in front of us, it like veers out of the way, and like we immediately stop what we're talking about, and we just stare as the car goes off the highway and like tumbles, and like another like 18-wheeler or something. I could be exaggerating. It was just a bigger truck. It was like a cargo truck. It like pulls over to the side, and it has like a huge dent, and we're just like, did we just fucking witness an accident? Holy shit! And like immediately, Drew, using his fucking James Bond glasses, calls 911 and tells them what happened. And I'm like, you're what? you have like superhero weird ass glasses? How do you do that? That was I just remember it. I was the first one he showed that, and then when we went to PAX, he showed I think Nathan and Tetra, and they were like they were the same way. They were like, "What? This shit is so cool!" It was awesome. Is it odd that you never been to PAX East? I mean, a lot of people never have been, I'm sure, but it's a fun time. It's definitely a fun time. It's really funny. The universe works in really weird ways, and I've often said that there are no coincidences. The first convention I ever went to was Too Many Games, which is in Oaks, Pennsylvania, in 2017. No, it was 2016. No, Nate, we met in 2015 then. I'm pretty sure we met in September or so of 2015, I want to say. And the reason I know that is crazy ass glasses. Yeah, Drew lives 30 years into the future. We're not worthy. That's right. I had heard of that convention because of Some Call Me Johnny, who would go every year, and like I'd seen his friend Matt and his brother Elliot go like 2 years in a row at that point. And I was like, oh man, that's really cool. And then Nathan told me, yes, I visited. Well, I think you were already living on your own, but then you were visiting your parents in June of that year, and you were like, oh, change of plans. I'm gonna be staying with my parents. So is that okay with you? I'm like, yeah. I remember because you specifically asked me if I was allergic to dogs because of Jenkins. Though to be fair, you asked me that like right before we walked into the door. And I was like, no, I'm fine. Yeah, I think you were just visiting them for the summer. But the reason I know that is because I remember TMG 2017 really, really well. No, but TMG 2016, I had heard of that convention. I'm like, oh man, that'd be so cool to go. Like they would show like everything there was to do at TMG, and at the end they would show like, hey, these are all the games we got. So I knew of the convention. Posture check. Thank you, Boga Girl. And then Nathan out of the blue says like, hey dude, would you be interested in going to a convention that's happening? It's called Too Many Games. And I'm like, holy shit. I know exactly which convention you're talking about. Because at the time, it was still rather small. And compared to most conventions, it's still it's a smallish venue. It's expanded since. But at the time that he invited me, or that he told me that he was going there, it was still rather small. But I'd heard of it because of Some Call Me Johnny. And I was like, yeah, I would love to go. And like that was the first time that, ironically enough, like I've had online friends practically my whole life, but that was the first time I ever went to visit one because I was an adult, and it was the first time like I traveled on my own. And I met Nathan, I met his parents, I met his friends, and they were all super, super lovely. Like I remember, I have no qualm sharing this story, mostly because it's probably more embarrassing for me than it is for Nathan. It's still somewhat small. Yeah. Why did you stand up right after you asked something? I don't know. I'm sorry. The building is small, but the turnip is anything but. Absolutely. Agreed. I look like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Zoinks? I don't know if that's... Considering you said that you're not trying to insult me, I take that as an insult. I'm just kidding. But thanks, I guess. He was always my favorite. Do I like Thomas Andrews? I think he has a golden voice. I think he's a very fun guy. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. When I went into Nathan's parents' house for the first time, their old place, they don't live there anymore. We walked in. I think we said hi to his dog, because I think that he was like right there. We go into the kitchen, because we pretty much veered straight to the... I'm already regretting telling this because it's a little self-aggrandizing, and I don't mean it. I did not mean for that to be the takeaway from the story, but I think it's a very sweet memory for me. We went into the kitchen before that because that was on the way to the basement. Where's the blindfold? Thank you for the hydrate. Let's hydrate. Blindfold for just chatting, anybody? No, okay. So, Daisy and Polka Girl gave 2 blindfold points. And what I want to do for that is I want to do SA2 blindfolded. Because I feel like you guys are really going to enjoy that. And I think I'm going to enjoy that too, so I'll do that. And Beanie. Yes, this is Beanie. I have it on standby. You can not get this anymore, but there is still a store. Do you have ADHD or do I? We might both. I know I definitely have like a problem concentrating on one subject. But like we went into his house. We were gonna go straight to the basement where we were just gonna hang out for a little bit and talk. But his mom had left out like a little tupper with brownies that she had made in it. And he was like, oh, do you want to like grab a brownie? I'm like, yeah, sure. So I grabbed a brownie. We went downstairs. And like we were being quiet because we didn't want to wake his parents up. So like we were just talking in silence. Then all of a sudden we hear like steps and we're like, what's going on? Like his parents walk down as I have a brownie in my mouth. And if I'm being perfectly honest, I've never really, up until that point, in my adult life, I'd never really talked to an English-speaking adult. I'd only really dealt with Spanish-speaking adults. So, like, it had been a long time since I'd talked to an English-speaking adult. I'm like, I don't know what to say. I was just like, hi. Like, I was just being my dumb idiot self. Oh, thank you. Thank you, brother. Do the next 5 minutes in my drunk voice. Everybody says this is my drunk voice, and I don't understand. This is just my silly voice. My drunk voice is, like, way more talkative. And laughy. Yikes. But they walk down, and I have the brownie in my mouth. I'm just like, hi. And like I shake their hand, I introduce myself. They tell me like, oh, if you need anything, just let us know. Like they were lovely guests, and they're wonderful people. And I just remember like they had gone back upstairs to go to sleep, and like they just wanted to say hi. They just wanted to very much so. Very much what? And then they left, and then like Nathan and I were talking, and Nate gets a text. And he's like, "Oh, I just got a text from my mom." And she's like, she thinks that I make very, very good friends. And I was just like, "Aw." She met me for like a total of 5 minutes, and she already thinks I'm like super nice. That meant a lot to me. And like his family, they were very welcoming. They were very inviting. As was Alex's family, actually. Like, I'm trying to think of like every family I've met so far that I've stayed with. Cassie's family was as well. Who else's family have I met? I met Curbster's dad at TMG a couple of years ago, and he is nothing like what you would imagine Curb to be. Like, they are very different people, but like he did it to understand Curb just a little bit better. And I think that he had a huge takeaway, and I think that maybe brought them closer together. I like to think. He probably talked to Swanky more than he talked to me, though, which I thought was funny, considering that like Curb was there to hang out with me and my crew. But I don't know. That was funny. You did. That's right. And I choked. I don't know if we told this story on that night, because we streamed that night. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and like we were talking about stuff, and Alex and I got this alcoholic beverage together, and like it was this large bowl that I think Alex probably had more of than I did, but there was this like little puddle of like, I don't even know what it was. It was like tequila or vodka or something on the top, but it was like a small pool of something. And so like no one was drinking. I was like, okay, let me have that. And so I take my straw to it, I suck it up, but like I guess I sucked it up too quickly, and it like went straight to my throat, and I just like started choking. I like had to get up from my chair and be like, and probably 5 years ago, I would have been super embarrassed. It was straight gin. Holy shit. The Chinese restaurant during PAX, that was also great. Thank you for the host, Givens. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cause like it was her mom and dad who like I'd never met personally. And like 5 years ago, I would have been like super embarrassed and like self-conscious, be like, oh god, they probably think I'm an idiot. They probably think whatever. And that time I was just owning it, like, okay, I'm fine. Like even her dad was like, he like didn't freak out or anything. He just kind of like looked at me, was like, hey, you all right? Just like, you know what? I'll take that reaction, honestly. Will the Bernies come back? The Bernies? What does that mean? It's the middle of November, and you know what that means. You already failed. No, not November. What? It's June. Visit you and crash at your parents' house. Right now? You drank so much of that bowl. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Bean. Oh. Of the beanies? Yeah, they should be coming back in... Oh! You're referencing the ad. You know, it's the middle of November. You know what that means? Everyone thinks that's my drunk voice, but I'm not trying to be drunk. I'm just being silly. Uh, it's Christmas is around the corner. You already feel no, not November. So get some of the Charriii5 Christmas merch. I don't even remember what it was. I really want to do more ads like that though. They were a lot of fun to make. You were so awkward because no one was talking with your parents the whole time, and you just kept sipping. Mm-hmm. Yep. The car ride home was no less awkward for you, I feel like, and I apologize for that. Do I like jazz? I do like jazz. I do enjoy it. Have I played SAT Random? Yes. In fact, I really should. I have it uploaded on the VOD channel. I just don't have it public yet, but I did play it, and it was an experience, for sure. It was a huge experience. You actually had to, like, process that it is June. It's not just June. It's the middle of June. It's so far down June. Have I ever seen the Transformers cartoon? You know what? It's funny. I never... For as much as I like 80s culture, I haven't watched a lot of like 80s cartoons. I mostly grew up on like 90s stuff or like early 2000s stuff, but like Transformers was never my thing. Ninja Turtles was never my thing. I was never into G.I. Joe. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that I was born in 96 and not earlier. I feel like if I was born a little earlier, I would be more into that stuff. Text today that this weekend is your nephew's 6th birthday. Yeah, that's nuts. It's... God, they're turning 6? Oh, God. Oh, that fucks me up. With Halloween next week, it's all... Let's all take a pumpkin carving class. Dude, if I could, like, stream pumpkin carving with you guys... I would absolutely do. I've only ever carved one pumpkin, I think, in my life. Because, like, when I was a kid living in California, my family and I never did a whole lot of, like, American traditions. Just because, like, the way my parents grew up, like, they didn't grow up with that either, so they didn't really know how to celebrate it. But, like, the most we ever did was go out trick-or-treating. But that was, like, about it. And anything that, like, school would have us do. So, like, St. Patty's Day, Valentine's Day, Thanksgiving... but we never had stuff like that growing up. So, like, when we lived in Florida, like, my sister and I, as adults, we were just like, you know what? Fuck it. We've never done this before. Make pumpkin. I just make a carving of your cat. Just give little ears. We were like, you know what? We're going to do this. And, like, we bought some pumpkins and we carved them, and they were dope. Like, they were not, obviously they were not the best looking pumpkins ever, but, like, we tried. It was our first time ever doing it, and we had fun. You know, like, we dressed up, we had fun. We didn't go out trick-or-treating, we just did it. Posture check. And, like, we've never really celebrated Christmas in a traditional way in America either. We spent like 2 Christmas, hydrate. We spent like 2 Christmases in the States, because we would always visit Mexico when we lived in California. One Christmas we spent in Florida, and then the other Christmas we spent with my uncle, who, as I mentioned earlier, had that trampoline. And it was weird not being, like, here in Mexico for Christmas, because that was always what we would do. So, like, we never got, like, presents on Christmas Day. We would wait till Wiseman Day, which is January 6th for gifts. But, like, Christmas was always... It was always a nice get-together where, like, the entire family would get together and we would all talk. And bit by bit, that tradition has, like, fizzled out. Like, it was Christmas and then New Year's. And as the years have gone by, like, that tradition has gotten, like, smaller and smaller, just because it's, like, my family is not as close as it used to be. And I think that a lot of the reason for that is because my family members are very... I mean, say what you will about me. You know, I know that I have a lot of issues, but, like, my family is very petty. They're very much know-it-alls. They're very much like, oh, I never did anything wrong. Why would I do anything wrong? It's clearly their fault if they don't want to, like, spend time with us. Clearly, my brother's wife is a witch who told him not to visit us anymore. And it's just like... It's that conversation times 8 every time they get together. And it's like, that's why I don't really... go see them anymore. Whenever they visit, I'm here in my room, not spending time with them. Holidays are like what I mostly hang out with my cousins now, which is funny considering that like before I used to like to hang out with my aunts and uncles more, and as I've gotten older, like I've liked them less and less. Uh, I'm trying to remember what we did. Oh, I was at the beach last Christmas, I think, or was it after Christmas? No, no, no. We were here for Christmas. We went to the beach after that, and then we came back, and New Year's sucked. New Year's was awful for me. That'd actually be sick. Oh, what, like the stream pumpkin carving? I would love to. I mean, if we can. Do I like Team Fortress 2? I played that for the first time pretty recently with Kyle, Dylan, Phoenix, and Daisy and Kyle's friends, and I think it can be a fun game. I've never really gotten into it, but it looks like a fun shooter. I'm just not very into shooters, so. Oh yeah, back on the subject of American traditions, my sister's always said too that like she'd love to have like a Thanksgiving dinner, like not really celebrate what like the holiday of Thanksgiving is because she knows what it is, but like to have like a turkey dinner and like have everyone say what they're thankful for, is something that she would love to have, and hopefully someday. Uh, what? Irish the Hedgehog. Yeah. I saw that. That was dope. Come up for Thanksgiving. Oh, I mean, thank you for the invite. That would be a dope idea. That would be cool. To each their own. Yeah, to each their own. You know, like I think it looks like a very fun shooter, and I would love to play with Dylan, Kyle, and everyone else again, and like play actual matches. But I mean, the little that we played was fun. It was very fun. If you guys are trying to post links, you cannot. Only mods can do that because we don't want to risk people going to fishy websites. We don't want to do that. Valorant. What is? I've heard of that, but is that another MMO or is that another shooter? I don't. These kids nowadays and their Destinies and an FPS. I've never liked those first-person shooters. Is considered an alternative mode. The real meat is casual. I'm a filthy casual. But yeah. To the not so safe for NEM site. That's right. Yeah. Borderlands 2 outranks Borderlands 3. I wouldn't know. I own Borderlands 2 and the pre-sequel, I think it is? No. Or is 2 the pre-sequel? I don't remember. But the only reason I own them is because they gave us free copies at E3 last year. Man. I miss my buddies. I miss being able... Like, the only way that COVID... And I haven't really talked about this too much, but like the only way that COVID has really affected me is... my dad has to stay home and do his job from home, and like he's under a lot of pressure constantly, and like everyone is an idiot when it comes to technology. Well, I'm not calling my dad an idiot. I'm saying that like the way that his like group of teachers, the way that his bosses work with like Microsoft Teams and shit, like they're so incompetent. And like I'm doing my best to teach my dad because it's like I don't know how it works either, but like I pick things up rather quickly when it comes to like computers. So like I sit down with him and I'm like, okay, you can do it like this, you can do it like that, you can do it like this. But that means that he's constantly calling me down to be like, hey, help me with this. They're telling us to do this now. They're telling us to do that now. And I'm just like, okay, well, interrupting my work again, let me go help my dad. So like that's the only way that my life has been affected. Other than that, it's been fine. But at around this time, I would be over at Nintendo's house. Nathan, I would have gone to visit Nathan about like 2 weeks ago in May. Stayed at his house for a little bit. Then we would drive to Drew's house, be with him for like a week. Then, depending on whether or not we wanted to go to LA or not, because like we were already not planning to go to E3 this year. We just wanted to meet up again. So we would meet up at around this time, actually. Oh shit, E3's happening right now. I just realized. So we would be together right now, and then after that, we would go to TMG. And then after that, I would stay with probably Leo for a little bit. We'd be recording collabs right now, probably. That's right. That's right. It sucks. But, I mean, I'm very excited to see everybody again. Like, I have plans, like, whatever my next trip is, if it's in the realm of possibility, I don't know yet, but if it's in the realm of possibility, I would like to visit every one of my friends at some point. Yeah, I know. Yeah, all your travel plans got canceled. Absolutely. How did Minus World start? That's an interesting one. For a while, I told Nathan that I think it would be cool if, like, we started a thing, you know, if we started, like, a group of people. And, I mean, nothing came of it. It was just, like, a passing comment that I thought it would be cool, and he agreed. And then, like, years later, he and Kevin from Hobo Bros, SMG4's brother, they got together and they were like, hey, you know what? We should bring, like, a bunch of Nintendo YouTubers together, do a huge collab, like, do a speed run or something, get Simple Flips, and like, they organized that whole thing. And that's where the 10v1s on Hobo Bros started. And then, like, some of us just vibed, I guess, for lack of a better term, better with others than most. So, like, we just started hanging out more and, like, liking each other's company, making jokes. And that's when Nathan told me, like, hey, you know how you always want to do that thing? I was like, yeah. Like, oh, well, I was talking to the guys, and, like, we're thinking of putting together a group. I'm like, oh, shit, that's awesome. We should definitely house hunt when we visit again. We can talk about that more Tuesday. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna do that. You're just waiting for that crash to move. yeah. I think that's part of why I'm saving up money too. And I'm being more like, shouldn't buy this because, like, I need to save up money. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do I rate the Phantom of Adventure 2? The one I did, or the Snapcube one? Because I never really watched the Snapcube one, just because I knew that it was gonna be everywhere once I watched it. I mean, it already was. Like, the first thing I ever saw was Alfred's. You fool! I have 70 alternative accounts. I'm thinking about moving. That's in the plans. Very soon. I don't know how soon, but, like, probably soon. That's another thing that's been. I mean, it's weird. You would think, right? You would think that that's something else that's causing me stress, but it's not. It's one of the few things in my life that I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not worried about it. I'm not, like, stressed out about it. I'm not scared. If it was by myself, I would be horrified. I'd be terrified. But no, it doesn't stress me out a little. It doesn't stress me out even a little bit. My Toad or Sonic voice. I don't know.
My Toad voice is kind of like this. I can't even really do it too much just because I don't want to strain my voice, considering I've been talking for like 2 hours now.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't strain my voice too much, actually. I know that some people, like, get really throaty about it, but you're not supposed to. And my Sonic voice is very influenced by Ryan Drummond. Try to do that voice a lot. Even though I can also do Jason Griffith a little bit. Roger is the one I've never been able to do. That's one that I just can't do. Leo moved? Yeah. Well, no, he's not. He hasn't moved yet. He's moving this Tuesday, but he's getting ready to move out of the apartment. Yeah. You wish you could? You could. Well, not yet, but you could absolutely. Hey, no problem, Kata. You live in a completely different country, so no worries. Good night. You're tired of living alone and away from friends. I hear that. Now I'm planning on doing it. Moving here, apparently. I mean, I don't know. It's time for change, I think. It's been a long time coming, I think, too. I don't know. Of all the things that have been on my mind recently, that is... I mean, it's been one of them, just because I'm thinking, like, how I'm gonna move, like, my entire workstation. But I'm not worried about it. I feel like I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, but like I don't know. Other things. On more positive vibes. What does the 5 in Charriii5 mean, and what was my favorite everything wrong with that I did? The 5 was just a number I liked at the time. Like I've mentioned before that it was originally supposed to be Charriii 1510. I liked both numbers. I liked 15 and 10, but I was an idiot, and I read the not really terms and conditions, but like the sign up information wrong. I thought I could only have one number, so I picked 5 just because it was like the most unique of the numbers. But then it wouldn't let me do it because it had already been taken. So I added an I, wouldn't take that, added a third I, and then there you go. I'm gonna have so much space for my stuff when I move. Yeah, well, I hope so. I'm more so thinking about the stuff I'm gonna need to get once we're there, like beds and stuff. But I mean, I think I've already had that experience when we moved to Florida, so it's like I know somewhat what to expect. So 3 eyes and the rest is history. Yep. Somewhere exotic or in the middle. I don't. It's funny because my dad asked me the same thing. It's like, oh, so would you be going to like a city or like a town? And we haven't really discussed much, but like I'm of the idea that I don't like cities. I really don't like big cities. I would much rather be in like a small town. But that's just me. Nathan is probably Nathan has honestly final say, so I don't like cities suck. Thank you. Okay. What is my hottest take on anything? Oh man. I don't know. I have a lot of garbage opinions. So you say that and you live one right now. Well, that's not really your fault. So you want to escape from the city is what you're getting at? Yes. Yes. Which floor of Luigi's Mansion 3 do I like the most? It's a great question. I love the aesthetic of the disco one, which is like the 14th floor, I think. I don't remember which one was my favorite though. I don't know. The medieval one was cool. The plant one was fun, but it was also like one of the more complicated ones. The pyramid one was pretty stressful. But I mean, I like them all. There's not one that I can say like, oh man, this one sucks. Kind of. The only reason the disco one. Well, no, that's not true. I don't really like the sewer one that much. I think that one was kind of annoying. But I don't know which one my favorite one would be. It's tough. You never live in a city, but you don't like being in a small town. Yeah. I mean, everyone has their preferences. It's all good. Where you live, there's just nothing to do, and for a career you're interested in. Oh, in that sense, yeah. Because my dad's argument was the same thing. It's like, well, there's nothing to do in a small town. I'm like, I'm not looking for anything to do. Man, I don't know what my hottest take on anything would be. I don't get the Geno hype is one that I often refer to. But then again, I haven't played through the rest of Mario RPG, so who am I to say? Potatoes are stinky. That is a strange hot take. You do not like potatoes, that's right. Maybe that Kingdom Hearts take? What? You learned that a month ago. I just remember when we did our panel at TMG, I think that was our first Midas World panel. It was Swanky, Nathan, Drew, and I. Like we did a panel at Too Many Games, and someone asked that. Like, I don't remember if the question was specifically what was our hot take in game, or like what was an unpopular opinion we had when it came to games. I think that was the question, and then I said the Geno thing, and people were like, I was like, yeah, see, I know. Opinion on Byleth? I mean, like in Smash or as a character in Three Houses? Do I like Spider-Man? I like Spider-Man. Yeah, that's fine. Mobile home park, and there's practically nothing to do around here. There isn't any stores or potential workplaces in walking distances. Yeah, that's pretty rough. It was kind of similar in Florida where I lived. It wasn't really they were apartments, but like very few things were in walking distance. You had to drive everywhere. Pringles are tasty. Pringles are good. How is that a hot take? Anyone who says Pringles suck is objectively wrong. In Smash, I think they're fine. I don't like. I remember the day that Byleth was announced. I got up early to like find out who it was, and I saw it was Byleth. I was going to record a reaction video, and the minute I saw it was Byleth, I'm like, oh no. Oh, you're just vibing. Okay, I was like, how is that a hot take? Pringles are great. So I just looked at the trailer sort of in disappointment because I hadn't played Three Houses yet. But I was like disappointed. Like either way, I feel like even if I had played it, I don't know. Maybe I would have been excited for it, but like I was still kind of disappointed. I'm like, man, really? That's the note you're going out on? When do we play Smash? I don't know. We should probably play that sometime. Have we ever played Ultimate together? Man, the good old days of playing Brawl online. Green Kirby. I don't know how you can say you never picked Green Kirby. We would ditto all the time. I'm the spiciest Mexican. My family to this day gives me shit about how much I like spice now. Because as a kid, I hated spicy food. I hated it. And now I love it to the point where it's caused me stomach aches far too many times. All you do is play Hatsune Miku. Domino's app featuring Hatsune Miku. Oh, by the way, never mind. I need to get that game. I still need to get that game. I need to get that. I need to get Danganronpa, the trilogy on PS4. I pretty much missed the Animal Crossing train. There's no point. Hatsune Miku stream. I only have Diva F7. Diva F7. Diva F2nd is what I meant to say. But you get copyright. Yes, I do get copyright because Twitch is copyright now. You would fucking baby me in that game. Yeah, you would. What is my opinion on Arnold Schwarzenegger? I don't know what his politics are. I probably would not have agreed with him, even though he was the governor of my home state. I think he's a great actor. I think he's funny. I think he's a very well-intentioned man. He cheated on his wife, though, and I don't like that. That sucks. that definitely put a damper on my opinion. I'm like, oh, man. the second you cheat on somebody, it's like, that's not a good look, buddy. You can never miss the AC train. I don't know. Like, the thing is, it's like I do enjoy Animal Crossing. I played the shit out of it, the original one, or like the remake on GameCube, but that was about it. Like, I haven't played one since, and that's not to say I don't like them. I just that I wouldn't have the time. Man, fuck cheating. All my homies hate cheating. Will I play the Hatsune Miku Mega Pack on stream? The Mega Pack? What? There's a Mega Pack? Is that the Switch one? Because isn't that called 39 or something? Oh, okay. Hatsune Mega Mix. I am so disappointed. Alex laughed really hard at Hatsune Michael, and nobody else did. Even when I showed her, she was like, oh, that's weird. I'm like, man, all my fucking efforts of drawing a Michael Jackson with Hatsune Miku hair gone to waste. Like, I felt so sad that everyone thought it was fucking odd. I'm like, this was supposed to be the funniest thing I've ever drawn. And people thought it was weird. It felt so bad. You didn't know which Michael it was. Yeah, I didn't draw Michael Jackson the best, but I tried. I wanted it to be the random one you knew. The random one I knew? Like the dude Michael that I know? I don't have a photo of that guy. I can't just draw faces for fucking fucking memory. That's funny. Can you see a picture of what? Hatsune Michael? No, you're just gonna make fun of me. Where do I have it? It should be in my portfolio folder. Or as I like to call it, my portfolderio. I'm sorry, that sucked. Is it not here? Oh no, it's in my base folder. Here it is. Fucking Hatsune Michael. It doesn't even look like Michael Jackson. I can't. I'm sorry, I'm a failure. How does he have boobs? He doesn't have boobs. Those are his shirt wrinkles. They're not meant to be boobs. How is that Michael Jackson? Fuck you, Kyle. By the way, I don't know who noticed, but the background was inspired on Popey Poe, which is I think what Alex was playing when I made that joke. Shirt boobs. Okay. That was supposed to be Michael Jackson. Fuck! Damn it. Hee. You may be biased because you've listened to that man's music since you were 11, but you recognize that pose. Yeah, you probably do know which pose it is. Take the Jackson 5 and make it the vocalist. So it would be Kai Tito. Mako Jackson. Oh, that's so stupid. I'm sorry. I should not be laughing at my own jokes. Oh. I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't mean to. Oh fuck. That really made me laugh. Poor Tito, dude. That every time I think of Tito Jackson, I think of I don't know if you guys. This makes me feel old, and I don't mean to make you guys feel like super young, because I don't know if you know this movie, but like I don't know if any of you have watched Rush Hour 2. At the beginning, with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan, they're in Hong Kong, and they're listening to the Beach Boys because they both enjoy that band, and I don't remember exactly what happens, but like they get pissed off at each other. Laughing at your own jokes is great. Well, thank you. I don't exactly remember what happens, but like Jackie Chan's character gets mad at Chris Tucker's character. He's like, in Hong Kong, I am Michael Jackson and you are Toto. He's like, you mean Tito? Toto's what we had last night for dinner. And it's just like, why did Tito get shafted to be like the second, the lesser of the Jackson brothers? Which I guess makes sense, but like, I don't know. I always think of Tito Jackson whenever I always think of that movie whenever I hear Tito's name. Yeah, Tito's good. Have I ever done voice acting on anything? Nothing huge, nothing of like that you probably would have seen. I think the last big project I did was a video game that some students did for like I think they were an Irish school, and they were like developing something, and I don't know if my talent agent, Belshaber, forwarded me the project. I think he did. And I auditioned for it. I got the role. I am the main character of the game, or I play the main character of the game, Remember Me, which is about a man who is speaking to his wife and remembering their relationship from when they met to when they got married, and all the lovely moments that they've had together. And I won't delve too much into it, just in case you want to like look it up and play it. But it was like nothing huge. It was just like a session I had with them. They really, really enjoyed what I was doing, and I was like, I mean, I'm just okay. I really don't think you should be enjoying what I'm doing that much. But yeah, that was like the last thing I did. Wheezing at the same jokes we've been making for 10 plus years. I mean, what's wrong with that? I love laughing, even if it's the same jokes. And now we have new ones. Now we have Hatsune Michael. Why am I always so I appreciate that, A Givens. I was talking about this earlier, and I don't mean to like delve back into like sad stuff, but I think one of the reasons why I try to be funny a lot is to make people feel comfortable and to make people feel just a little bit happier, especially if you're going through a rough time. When I had my ACL accident, I think that's when my affinity for comedy started. To mask like, hey, I'm not in pain. I'm doing all right. And I mean, I've always said that, especially with my videos, like if I can make someone feel better after a shitty day, then that's a good thing. You know, like I might not make a huge difference in the world. Like I'm not necessarily an activist, although I do lobby for a lot of rights and a lot of movements, especially ones that are going on nowadays. I donate to charity as much as I can. You know, that's why I put together the Autoimmune Disease Awareness Month streams in March. That's why I do Extra Life in October, November. You know, they benefit hospitals, they benefit children, people in general, and you know, you just do little things here and there. But I think like comedy is, I've never liked to say that I'm good at anything. I feel like I'm more of I try to be a jack of all trades, but like if I can make people laugh, then that, or at least make someone feel better after a shitty day, then that's more than, that's a lot more than I'd be able to do otherwise, I think. Or at least I think so. But yeah, I try. Is it on Steam? I don't know. My godly voice. It's not it's not godly. It's really, I think most of it is just doing this voice. I did a project a long time ago, 9 years ago or so, where I tried to do a romantic voice and a voice acting, and I felt disgusting and I hated it. So to like try to be the I mean, I feel like I maybe grew into my voice a little bit from when I was 14. And I'm a lot more comfortable with my voice now, because when I was a kid, especially when I was like 6 or 7, like I would hear my voice and I hated it. I hated my voice. So you grow out of your shell and like you do stuff that you wouldn't normally want to do. But just because like I had no one else, like no one, there was no one else I could get voice acting from to do my videos back when I was a kid, so I had to rely on myself. And I think that put me on that path. And there was another character I did in that game because they were short on voice actors, and they were like, "Oh, could you do this other voice for us too?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to." And he was like the best friend at the wedding. And I don't remember what voice they went with because I tried 3 different voices, I think. I did like a deeper one, sort of because he's kind of like a party goer or something. So it was like, I was just trying to be the supportive friend, and like the voice wasn't too wildly different from what I already had. And then I was like, oh, can I go a little wild with this? And they're like, yeah, sure. So then I did like a surfer dude voice, and they loved it. They were laughing their asses off. I'm like, it's not even really that funny. But I think that was the voice they went with. I don't remember. Yeah, dude, do it. Yeah, dance. Yeah, come on. Like I was just doing that and they were laughing. And then I also tried to do an Irish voice because they were sort of from Ireland. But then I felt kind of bad about it because I was like, I don't know if this is offensive or not. I'm just trying to do it to like sort of represent where you guys are from. And I'm not doing like any over the top stuff. I'm legitimately trying to do a legitimate Irish accent because it's one of the European accents I know how to do. Sort of, even though it's a little exaggerated. And I don't remember which one they went with. It's Mario's letter. You wonder what it says? Oh, that's from Luigi's Mansion. She can Edgar Allan blow me. Hey, that's from Persona. I'm glad you watched the Persona videos. No Ken Smexy? No. What challenge are we doing for Extra Life this year? That's a good question. I don't know. You felt real shitty, and then coming to stream definitely helped. Well, I appreciate that, Phoenix. I definitely appreciate that. Sometimes you can't really be sure of yourself. You know, I could not even easily, but like I think anybody could easily say like, oh yeah, I help people. That's what I do, and it's just like, but you don't know that. You don't know how much you actually help people. Like that's not your determination to make. Um, that's why I don't try to. Like sometimes I hype myself up a little bit, but that's just to save face or to like um feel a little bit more confident, but like I feel like that's never my place to say, and it's never my place to like say whether or not I'm good at something, and I feel like that should be to everybody's determination. So it's like if you feel better about or if I like make you feel better about something, then that means the world to me. That definitely is incredibly meaningful to me because someone else someone else made that decision, not me. Can you be an extra life for the 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. section? Sure. You know, I don't think we've gone 12 hours. We've never gone the full 24 because we've always divided it into two 12-hour sessions. Or we only did it that 1 year, I think. But a 24-hour session would be nuts. Could you imagine? I'd be so fucking dead after that. My God. Will I do a Persona 4 Golden playthrough? I don't. Maybe. Possibly. You should remember when I did the voices for the project you had a while back. You still have that WAV file. I think I just recently deleted it off my drive because it was taking up too much space, but I remember that too. Yeah. You and I 24 hours would be a nightmare. Hey, we've done it before. Well, not the full 24 hours, but you know what I mean. Do the Luigi voice. I'll try after the sip of water because like there comes a time like I don't my voice doesn't get tired easily. Like you'll notice that we've been doing this for 2.5 hours and my voice sounds fine, but I can already start to feel like a little bit of in my voice. Thank you for the hydrate.
Oh, Mario. Oh, no. Oh, I did the Mario voice for my friend Stargamer, who I mentioned earlier. He did a Lego Smash Brothers series that he wanted me to do Luigi for, and I was always doing the happy Luigi voice with Yoshi, who would always shit all over Luigi, but like, Luigi never understood what he was saying, so he was always very happy about it.
Race someone in a game, but for every dollar someone donates, the donator gets to choose the delay of one of the racers. Say delay, and then you have to pause. Oh, that sucks. For a race? That sucks. You buy cheese sticks today and you're... Why? Why would she make fun of you? Cheese sticks are awesome. Cards Against Humanity. Yeah, it's been a long time since we played cards, but cards would be fun to play. What the hell is Broken Picture Phone? You guys never explained what that was. I don't think. It's great because it encourages people to donate to Extra Life. True, but like it would be torture for whoever's racing. Looking good, thank you. I appreciate that. Am I like blurry at all, or is that just the light that's fucking with my eyes? I don't know what. I thought taking my glasses off would make that any better. I mean, I can still see, but I can't see whatever you guys are saying in chat. That's too blurry. That's just a little bit too blurry for me. But I can see like what's going on here. I can see all my drawings. That's Cal Moody. That's Doug Bowser. That's Hatsune Michael. That's Kraid Shadow Legends, which is another joke I wish people understood more. That also, like, I laughed really hard at that, and, like, no one laughed. That's what makes great viral streams. You do have a point. Kyle and Daisy both explained it. Well, I missed it, and I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I apologize. 50K for an MK8 raise, and the donor can choose who is blind. Oh my god. Oh, $50. I don't know why I read 50K. I was like, what? That's way too much money. You start with a word. Yes. Did I listen to Luigi's Mansion 3 from JT Music? I have not, no. Then you draw the word. Uh-huh. Then you pass it on to the next person. Oh, I think I've seen what that is. They guess what the drawing is. Yes, okay. I know what that is. That actually does sound awesome. I would love to do that. Keep going until everyone has done one thing for a book. That would be cool. Is this stream sponsored? No, it is not. It is not. That does sound cool, actually. I like that idea. Weird Nintendo commercials? No. You know, I didn't really see a whole lot of video game commercials growing up. It's weird. Greetings, Shadow Man here. Just a quickie post stream. Never say that to me again. I'm feeling a little alleviated from it, and I appreciate that. Yeah. You should do try that race idea for Extra Life. You think the idea is it could work. It could probably work. Honestly, one thing I've wanted to do, and I know that you guys are probably against it, and even I'm a little bit like about it, is I want to start streaming on YouTube more often. And the reason for that is I feel like it could only help me in the long run, because people would get to see me as a personality instead of just like a disembodied voice in videos. And maybe that could encourage them to watch more stuff if they're like, hey, well, this guy is a genuine person and not just a voice. Why not? Cringe. Oh, you son of a bitch. I didn't get you. I didn't just slap myself out of nothing. I have a mosquito in the room. Should we recommend funny things for me to watch? Not at the moment. Slap my knee. Yeah, well, like this knee? I don't even feel it. Actually, I felt that. I felt that a little bit. Okay, that hurt a little bit more, but that's fine. Have I ever gone skydiving before? No, and I would never like to. That shit sounds terrifying. I was supposed to end him. I know, but I missed. Who's your daddy, Shadow? Hydrate? You got it, bud. Okay. Is there anything else you guys would like to know? Because we could actually get started on drawing if you guys are up for it. I don't know. If there's anything you want to know and I can talk about, I do not mind at all. Have I ever gone skiing? No, and I'm terrified of it, especially with my knee thing. What are you, art? Is that what you are? I never finished the 6 character challenge. So I want to do that on stream. I probably am not going to finish it tonight, even if I do start it, but why is my hair green? 4 years ago? 4 years ago. I think it was an Extra Life challenge. Going back to Extra Life, what were we doing? I don't remember exactly what game we were playing. And I said that, like, if we reached a certain amount of money, I think it was $200 at the time. Like, if we'd reached that milestone, I would dye my hair. And I was a little confident that we wouldn't reach that just because it's like it was a trend that a lot of like content creators do, and I'm like, I had no interest in it. I had no interest in dyeing my hair, so I'm like, yeah, 200 if you do it, fuck it, I'll dye my. I think it was Cassie's idea. I was like, yeah, whatever, I'll dye my hair. And you guys get to choose what color. And we reached it, and I was like, oh shit. And then I don't remember exactly who it was that said white. And I was like, okay, white it is. Sure, I'll do white. And that was around like November, December. And I went like around the block because there's a stylist there that does hair. Well, obviously, she's a stylist. But like I told her like what I wanted and why I was doing it and everything. And I got my hair cut and parts of it dyed white. And I came on to stream that day. I was late, and I showed people how I looked, and people were like, "What the fuck? You look so different." On emojis for your Discord server, it reached 1,700 members. Nice. Yeah, work on those emojis and make sure that everyone is okay with them. And I had that for a while, and then it grew out, and then like the white left, and then it was just an ugly like blonde. Which does not suit me at all because I have brown skin. But I like the way the white looked. So like I got it redone. And like I'd been that for a while, and then like for a couple months, not too long ago, I just had my natural hair color. But my sister is studying to become a statistician or a stylist, and she needed like somebody to do something with. I'm like, you know what? Just yeah, you can dye my hair again, and I'll let you choose what like color would look best on me. And she's like, I think you look good in green. Like we could try green again. I'm like, okay, and she did it probably in half the amount of time that the other person did it, and I love the way it looked. I have a photo on my phone. I don't. Of like when she had just done it. Where's my phone? I could probably show you guys. Where did I leave my phone? Where's my phone? Oh, here it is. So yeah, I did it for charity, but I enjoyed it so much that I just stuck with it. I don't know if you just no, the ring light. That was what it looked like when she was done. And that was what, a month ago? April 29th. Oh, jeez. It's almost 2 months ago now. Damn, time flies. Christ. You didn't see? Let me show you again. It's very orange, but I think that that's just because of the rim light. That's not what it. Wow, why does my phone look so orange? That's bizarre. I'm so edgy. I am very edgy. Yes. That mask was given to my sister, but it was not okay. You want to see a photo that's not edgy and actually makes me look ridiculous? Was the one I took a little bit before that. When I was getting ready, I was getting prepped. Turns out my phone is actually orange. You're right. That's not what it was when I bought it. Do I have the blue filter on? That's probably why. Edgy McAdgelord, that's me. Actually, well, thank you, Tabu. Tawuki-sama. Oh boy. Well, okay, I can keep talking while I do stuff. I think I'm in the mood to actually do stuff now. I think I actually can do stuff while we continue talking. So, oh, wow. What the fuck is this? Toggle keys? No. What? Why would you do that? I can close this. I don't need this open. Where do I have it? 6 character. Here it is. Grab my trusted pen. Well, what kinds of stuff? Anything you guys want to talk about. If you guys want to talk about serious stuff still, we can absolutely do it. If you guys want to keep asking me questions, I have no... The only thing that I will say is that, like, I have a very hard time multitasking. So, like, I'll try to draw and talk at the same time, but do not be surprised if I, like, stop talking, if I stop drawing in order to talk, or vice versa. And, like, lose my train of thought just because I'm like, oh, I'm doing this. What was I saying? So, no, that is the wrong monitor. You should not be there. There it is. You'll be back? No worries, Naru. Noru? That's how you say no in Australian. Or so I've heard. Okay. Where is my layout? That is not my layout. That is my layout. Where is my capture? Where's my capture? New. Where's the other display? What? Hello? And whoa? Why? Who is my Xenoblade best girl? In 1, Melia. Absolutely 100% Melia. What? Why is my second monitor not showing up? Did I watch Grey's Anatomy? I did not, but I know you did. Because you were watching with your sister, I think. Which I thought was bizarre. Why is my other thing not showing up? Oh, you guys can see that. That's not what I want you to see, though. What? Hey, Soren, welcome back. Bro, you can see into forever. That's right. Ah! Absolutely, I do, Poker Girl. Where is it? Let's see. Video captured it. No. Display capture? Yes. Why is only the first one showing up? Display who not showing. Oh yeah. I would like you guys to see where I'm actually looking instead of that. Connect both your monitors to the NVIDIA Oh, how do I do that? What? Let's see if I can capture window device, because that makes no sense. Hey, that works. That's weird. That never worked. That's why I didn't do it. That doesn't work. Now I gotta adjust it, though. Sorry that I'm viewing this on stream. Oh, fuck. Well, actually, no, it's fine. I never heard this before anyway. Uh-huh. A little bit high. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. Cookies, that's right. Goodbye, Dan. Yeah, we never did finish this. Why was everything wrong with Xenoblade, the Wii version? Because I spent a month playing it. What did you want me to do Xenoblade Definitive Edition in a week? Monitor 2. Oh, that time I can do Monitor 2. That's weird. Thwack. Okay. So what do you guys want to talk about? I need my references. Because I need to remember what color you are. That's not, it wasn't that long ago. Here are my references. Alrighty. Put you up here. If you play Persona 4 at me, will do. It's the female protagonist of Persona 3. Yes, it's FemC. You see? No, not 32. What the fuck? 2. 2? There we go. You're at chapter 13 of what? Xenoblade? Alright. Tobabo do bye. Let's get a good color for you. Oh shit. Ugh, this is in the way. You guys can still see me, right? Yeah, you guys can still see me. I just need to actually see what color I'm selecting. Is this okay? Oh god, that's way too small. That's better. You will scream. I'm just gonna play them front to back. I mean, back to front, I guess. Starts off with Persona 5, then 4, then 6, because that's gonna come out, and then now has a chapter system. It's always had a chapter system. It's just they never tell you what chapter starts where, but it's always had a chapter system. Every time that the game makes you save your progress during the story, that's the end of a chapter. I'm what? What does it? There's a whole lot of blue, but there's also a lot of black. Too black, too strong, too black, too black, too strong, too black. That's a Sonic Rush song, which is really good. What the fuck did I do here? Why did I draw it that way? I don't know. I don't know why I drew it that way, but that's how it stays. Bonk, 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 bonk. There we go. Donk. Ah, someone's talking shit again. It's really fun so far. That's good. I'm sure it is a good romp. Great to this. Oh shit! I don't know if Nathan's still here. I didn't tell him that they're making a new Monkey Ball game. Welcome to Living Life with Wario. Wario does it? Mario no desu. Something. Trust me, you saw it. Hyped? Hell yeah. Oh, you're sub to Nick Robinson. Fuck yeah. I was cleaning the upstairs floor, or I guess like my room and the hallway, and I just had that on, and I'm like, oh shit, I need to pause this because I actually need to watch this. I'm hyped for this. I need to tell Nate about it. Retro mode. Who ready? I told my sister about it too, and she's like, if you play that with anybody before you play that with me, I will kill you. Like, I wasn't planning to. I was planning to play that with you, but alright. It didn't need to be so aggressive about it. New Monkey Ball? Yeah. Well, they haven't formally announced it yet, but they are making a new Monkey Ball. So say the announcer of that game. Ready? Ready? Pain is gonna be... Ready? Go! Retro mode. Super Monkey Ball Retro. Then you have like... I don't even know what I'd call this pink. Like, that's kind of like orangish almost too. Like this? Kinda, it's like darker. That's too dark. I guess. Game! Go where? To the goal. Goal! And then like I does his little dance, and then he goes to heaven and meets God. That poor little monkey never stood a chance. What the hell is... What? How did I do this? Replying to the people sending a picture of Shulk with a... That's fucking cool. Let's go! Oh, I haven't given to Mamo her outline yet. I guess I'm gonna do that last. Because I don't do that much anymore. That should be too black, too strong, too black. the battle quotes in Xeno 1. What do you mean you don't like spinning? Cutter! I'm sorry, the Switch cartridge was like lagging a little bit. Couldn't get the cutter out. Then you have fox ears, which are brown. Brown. Too brown. Too brown. Not that brown. Oh, this light is really fucking... I can't really see the colors. You'll pay for your insolence. Ryan should still be... Oh, I didn't add Ryan as a command just because I figured like no one was going to use it again. So that's unfortunate. I mean, it is still a Nightbot command, but I have Nightbot disabled. I will not let the throne be sullied. I'm assuming she still says that in the new one. Which, god damn it, I hate that line so much. I had to hear it so many times. I will not let the throne be sullied. Too black, too strong, too black, too black, too strong, too black. Each. Oh god. Oh wow, you made your own emote. Damn. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Like, I'm still open to posture check. Thank you for the follow, Travanator. I appreciate you. You probably saw that on screen. I didn't notice because I can't hear it because my headphones are broken. Have I played more Persona 5R? I have not even played it at all yet. And I'm sorry that I got so close to the webcam. That was probably weird. Thoughts on the time travel in Animal Crossing? What? Excuse me? The what and the what now? You said the who and the what now? Is that right? Yeah, I guess. I don't know what. Yeah. Maybe? What did I mean to make that? I guess all that's blue now. I don't want it to be that scantily clad. Oh, it's like a darker blue too. Too black. Too strong. I haven't played New Horizons yet. I have not, no. Do I not know what the time travel... I do not. What the hell is that? When I do impressions, do I go... Do you go by what you sound like as you say it, or do you go by what you sound like in recordings? What do you mean? That's an interesting question. I don't know what that means, though. So you can go to a different time in game. Oh, yeah. You could do that in the original Animal Crossing as well, and I would do it all the time. I didn't know that. I honestly didn't know that was still a thing. That's why I was so confused. I was like, the what? Ooh, that's actually not a good idea. I could show you guys this little neat trick I do, which I think I already showed you with other characters, possibly. Do I go by what I sound like as I say it, or do I go by what I sound like in recordings? Like, do I record first and then listen back to it, or do I just go ahead and do it? Is that what you're asking? Oh, wow, that is not white at all. That looks almost the same color as the skin tone. What? Why? Oh, because I used this. Yikes. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. That doesn't look right. Line on her chest and no nip. Well, because the reference I have is so odd. I don't know why I did this. That's too much. Yeah? E. I said E, damn it. E? Yeah. E. E? Is this a different brush that I used? Or is it a different size? Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. Ah, oh, wrong layer. Fuck. Damn it. What? No. Ugh. Shit. Always check what layer you're on, kiddos. Before you do a big fucky wucky like I just did. The bops command should be there. I don't know why it's not working. I can't listen to the bops anyway, because like I mean I guess I could, but I only have like stupid earbuds that suck ass. You were just wondering because sometimes when you're trying accents or something, it sounds alright as you're saying it, but it sounds wrong when you're listening to playback. Oh, well, I kind of go ahead and try to, I don't know if I just disconnected the Ethernet. Everything seems to be okay. Do you ever play roguelikes? The only roguelike I've ever played is, that game that I played on YouTube a while back when I was in Florida. A Robot Named Fight. That's like the only roguelike I've ever played. I'm pretty sure. But when I'm doing accents, like for example the Irish one, I have no idea what it sounds like. I don't know if it's accurate or not. I've never really had to do one. So I don't know if it sounds good or if it sounds pretty bad. One time I did try to do a British accent for something. I think it was for an audition. And I remember I asked Amy about it because she's English. But obviously she's not posh English, but I still tried to do it. And I asked her, like, what do you think of my impression? Hey, welcome to Amara Dime, or Amara Dime, to the Squish Squad. And thank you, Brock, for the gift. I did a recording of that for an audition, I believe, at one point. And I asked her if... But every time I do, like, an English accent, it always devolves back into Irish a little bit, and I don't like it because it sucks. It sucks to always like default to that. In fact, my Welsh accent is kind of just a variation on the Irish accent a little bit. It's still kind of British, but not kind. It's sort of different. No worries. So I honestly don't like. I just go by my gut. I don't really like go by what I sound like when I try to do impressions. I try to be confident about that specifically. God damn it! See, wrong layer. Don't do that, me. Okay, so this is gonna be white, and then this part under here is blue. No, but that. What? Okay, no, yeah, this is blue, and then this part is too black, too strong. Will I ever touch Nagapara again? No. Why would I want to? To finish the saga? It's like 5 games! This is the bad mic quality when you're... I don't know, like, you can definitely go by what you hear, too. Like, you can make determinations from there and, like, change your style depending on what you hear. And that's valid, too. Like, whenever I do, like, an impression of a character, I listen to myself back and I'm like, that sounds nothing like what the character is supposed to sound like. Like, you change it a little bit here and there. And sometimes, like, your voices can just evolve over time. Like, I remember. I know you guys never liked the Makoto voice, but I love doing it. Or like the Ryuji voice. When I was looking back at like the highlights that Kyle does, and what the hell is this supposed to be? Oh, is that just more of her hair? I think so. And like my Ryuji voice was like really tame at the beginning. Like I wasn't really doing the gruff voice yet. I was just kind of doing sort of, I don't know, kind of a New Yorker, New Jersey sort of thing. Not really New Jersey, I guess more New York. But it was very tame. And then later on, it just got like very exacerbated, you know? Very, very gruff. Like I started trying to do a Jesse Pinkman, and then like it just devolved into, I don't even know, like my own Ryuji, I guess.
But like my Makoto, I think my Makoto was like a lot more exaggerated.
And then like eventually it just
Ended up being like just kind of softer on my voice just because you rest into a thing. And then like you do something that you're comfortable with.
hell, to this day I still do like the whenever I see the words I don't want to like I don't want to talk to you. Like whenever I see something that like ends in you, I in my head I'm just like, I don't want to talk to you. Like I don't know why that makes me giggle so much. You love the Makoto. Thank you. You're ready to die. Where's the Amy Futaba voice? Oh my
Eureka voice.
Where did that start? Did I start doing that with Erica from Sacred Stones? I think so. And then I did that for Aika when Leo played Skies of Arcadia. And that's why I named the character Eureka. And that's just like my default. I think everyone thinks of her as a bimbo, but it's like that's not what I think of whenever I hear Eureka. I just think like she's I don't know, silly, I guess. There's the word I'm looking for, but I can't think of it. Like not flimsy. Definitely not floozy. She's not a floozy, but like what's the word for the thing I'm trying to think of? Airheaded. Yeah, I guess airheaded. Like again, not bimbo-ish, not really stupid, just like kind of an airhead. Which I guess is kind of stupid, but like I don't know. To me there's like kind of a distinction. She's not stupid, she's just not like super aware. And I think the reason I did that voice was because Erica from Sacred Sounds looked so like clueless and airheaded. Oblivious. Yeah, oblivious, kind of. Like she just had this kind of like stare to her that I loved that sprite so much.
And it just kind of seemed like she would have this kind of voice.
And then like the weird obsession she had with her brother, and like that's where that's where that came from. But like I'm sure it started like even that voice started out differently too. And like it just got exaggerated as time went on. Like eventually voices kind of become a parody of themselves in a way. And it doesn't have to be that way. It's just like it just devolves into or it degresses into something that you're more comfortable with. You still lost it? Mother! What was that again? I don't. That sounds familiar, but I don't remember what that was. On the dog story edit? The what? Oh yeah, Futaba's mom. Mother! The dog story edit. Oh, did you send that? I haven't seen that. Oh, in the thing, in the bunch that you sent me. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't watched all the ones you sent me. Because what I want to start doing is probably upload those highlights in the middle of the week while I work on something for the weekend. So that way I can like upload a little bit more frequently. God, Dante looks so fucking stupid. Oh, you guys can't see that. Never mind. The dog story from the FF stream. No. That's from oh, Final Fantasy. No, I'm pretty sure that was Persona 5. Yeah. Wasn't there a character that had a voice but was a genius? Oh, that had that voice but was a genius? It was when she transcended Smirt. But I think I gave her a different voice when that happened. Who's the girl in Soul Runners? What? Yeah, when she transcended Smort. Smort, Toit. Noise, Smort. Smort Pilkins, FBI. Because, like, Eureka, or, I mean, Erica at the end, we gave her, like, the backstory that, like, she had transcended Smirt. So then she sounded sort of like this, brother. And I just thought that was really funny. But then there was, like, Nia from Xenoblade 2, who was basically... It was like a spin on the Eureka voice, but, like, Welsh. What are you doing here, you cunt? She just called everyone a cunt. And I don't know why that was so funny to me at the time. It was like my favorite voice. Even though there was no voice acting. Like, there was... I mean, there was no reason to be voice acting, I think, for that game, so I don't know why we did it. Or why I did it. The ending was a bit out of nowhere, though. I think... I must have seen part 10 by now. But I don't remember. Natsuki for Leo's Doki Doki streams. What voice did I give Natsuki? The hiatus joke? Oh! Yeah. And I will see you next time. 6 months later. Well, that was a long wait. I said something like that, didn't I? What voice did I give Natsuki for those streams? Oh, well, no problem, Oatmeal. Thank you for stopping by and for, being here. Appreciate you guys sticking around. And, I really have missed being able to engage with you guys. It's something that I don't get to do a whole lot when there's a lot of voice acting and when there's co-hosts. She has, like, yellow eyes. Alrighty, Josh. Good night, and say hello to John for me. I keep forgetting that Sep M is John. He stopped by yesterday, and I said, "Hey, Sep'em." I was like, "You idiot." In fact, I just remembered now. So, wait, I work here? He said, "Hi, hello." What was the worst game I've ever played? That I've ever played? I don't know. What was one game that I was just, like, so done with it? I was so frustrated with. I'm trying to think. That's a good question. But it's hard to think of because it's like I've been playing games for almost my whole life, so it's like it's hard to be like, oh, this game for sure. Cause like I haven't played a lot of games, but enough to the point where it's just like, man, I don't remember. I just like a lot of the classic Resident Evil games. I have sort of Stockholm syndrome for Resident Evil 2 because I don't like that game, but of the classics, it's probably the one I like the most. But at the same time, it's the one I spent the most time on as well. Nekopara. I don't even have a distaste for Nekopara, honestly. It's just a meme, It's like I honestly don't care or mind, but it's just like there's no game. And then there's games you play and you kind of like, but you still forgot the storyline. Yeah, I mean, that happens too. Like, I remember I liked Ratchet and Clank, but ask me if I remember anything about it. Like, I'd have to play it again because I never beat it. My game like crashed on the final boss, so I never beat it. But I do have the collection, so I have an excuse to play it. I need to know now. Need to know now. Will you love me again? Okay, so Like, there was a night that, again, I really don't mean to go back into sad stuff, but it's just, like, I guess just stuff that I want to relate to you guys, because I spent a lot of time talking about, like, my injury and Taekwondo and stuff that I guess I never really, I never expanded upon, upon the things that were bothering me. There was a whole night that, like, I stayed up just because I couldn't sleep, and I was, like, thinking about stuff and losing breath and stuff. It just sucks. I've heard that the Revelations games are fun. Yeah, definitely. Sad. Indeed. Sad. Very sad. Not glad at all. Alright, so Babo, you get the big dog.mp4. I don't have my Discord open on here.
Simon wanted to know more about Lena, who is our new...
Whoops. There we go.
Simon wanted to know more about Lena, who is our new puppy. So my sister wanted... She's been wanting a Siberian Husky for a long-ass time. She's been wanting one for years now. And her boyfriend's friend actually knew someone who has a Siberian Husky, and she just recently had babies. And
what the fuck,
she didn't
Kyle?
want to keep them, so she was just giving them away. And usually people sell those because they're rare and they go for a lot of money. But she was just giving them away. And I don't remember exactly how many she had, but she had
I think it was
another
3.
one, which we thought was the one we were gonna get, which was actually a brown puppy, also female, but she had already been given away. So we got another puppy that my sister actually ended up liking way more. She thought she was a lot cuter, so it all worked out in the end.
Damn, Kyle, this is good.
Lena, which means
Not.
okay, so this is hilarious.
It's Lyna, you clown, not Leena. You absolute doof. It's like Lina, but not pronounced that way. Damn. Shut up, I had to guess. Oh, I already picked the fucking color. See, Kyle, you're distracting me. Oh, that was really good, though. Those edits were top tier. Top tier, surreal memes. Just like Father enjoys. I need to know now. Need to know now. Daylight pass through colored glass in this beloved place. And there's a last smile on each face. But I do hope that you guys are doing okay. You know, I do think about you guys a lot, and about whether or not you guys are doing okay. And you know, it's always good to see that you guys talk to each other and that you've got each other's backs. That keeps me calm for sure. How am I doing the drawing? This is a software called Krita, which is free to download. I absolutely adore this software. I've been using it for years now, and I have a drawing tablet. This is the pen. My tablet is down here. I don't want to move it though, because it could I could knock a bunch of shit over. Knowing me, I'm my clumsy ass. But I am definitely open for questions if you want to know anything about me, about my life personally. I don't know if I let myself open up to a lot of things like that. Maybe I've done so on stream, but it's I don't know. Whenever I think about stuff and about how much people know me, I'm like, do people really know much about me? I don't know. And I don't have qualms about it. Wrestling with a door all weekend. But how's it about myself? I mean, like I said, I haven't been feeling super well, but, you know, you still gotta move forward and do your best to maintain a good attitude. Not always easy, but dust yourself off, pick yourself up. Not necessarily in that order, but... Oh, Moira. Sorry. Anytime I see that name, that's exactly the way I have to say Moira. Moira. Like that Pokemon meme. Pokemon. Your Pokemon getting stronger. Moira, you're spot on. They've got them on XP share. You're spot on. Oh, man. I don't know if you guys have seen that, or if I just sound like a fucking crazy person. But I love that meme. I think it's very funny. Can I draw Amy Rose as a human? Not right now, because I'm already doing this, but maybe at some point. I've never really been one to draw human versions of characters. I don't know what wrestling with a door means, but that sounds interesting. Things are gonna be okay. This is more me talking to myself, but like, I've tried doing that more often, is like treating myself as a second person, like the way I would encourage somebody else to feel, and you know, get my motivation up that way. And I guess it's worked, you know, somewhat. There's a small part of me that's like, oh, you're just bullshitting yourself. You're like psychologically tricking yourself into feeling better. But it's like, hey, I mean, if it works, why not do it? Your name is Alan Gibbons. Okay. Well, hello, Alan. Trying to put up a screen door. Oh. I see. Because I have eyes. Haven't made that joke in a while. Let me get a little bit closer. Yeah, you guys should still be able to hear me. You guys have been hearing me okay thus far, I think. Posture check. I mean, this is not ideal posture, but I just moved, and I don't want to sit back up. But I will make sure that I am aligned properly to be in this position. So thank you. I really wish, like, I could just unpromptedly, like, talk about stuff without having to ask you guys for, like, questions or something, because I'm sure that, like, trying to come up with a question is also putting you guys on the spot, and I apologize. But it's just, like, sometimes I do need a little bit of help with thinking of what to say. Again, I feel like that falls into the whole, like, I don't want to go on talking about myself the whole time and come off as, like, me. I do have needs, but at the same time, I don't want to make them apparent at every moment during stream. Looking dope to Memo. Man, I kind of want to watch the... I was thinking about watching the other Fate movie recently, but I'm not going to do that alone. I do not want to do that alone. I have somebody I want to watch it with. I'm just thinking about stuff. You're getting close to every achievement in TF2, only at 170 away, baby. Let's go, Kyle. You'll get there someday. How do you subscribe? On YouTube, you can do that by hitting the subscribe button. On Twitch, you can do that. I think there's like a... There should be a button that says subscribe. I think it's like a little star icon or something. Those are politics, Bo Girl, and I'd rather not get into that. But yes, I do think it will. There is never hope to be lost. Things can always be mended. And that applies to everything, except for death. I think that's actually a saying here in Mexico, too, is that, like, everything can be solved except death, so... That's probably why I have a lot of hope for things. Or do you want to do OJ? OJ Sampson. I was gonna switch the game that we're playing and the title of the stream, but I'm like, whatever. It's already like 3 hours in. I'm not gonna change it at this point. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, then you can join at some point. And like, we're still chatting technically. We are still talking to each other. It's all good. It's all good. You can't subscribe onto here for some reason. Well, that is something that you need to pay for. So you might need to like put in payment information and such. And I mean, that's only if you want to. You absolutely do not have to. You do not have to feel encouraged to. It is always appreciated, however. How hyped am I for Persona 6? I mean, I've only played the one and I enjoyed it. Honestly, I'd be more excited for a Western release of Scrambled. Not to mention they just put Royal out, so it's like I'm not super pumped or anything, but if they're gonna go for it, which I'm sure they will, then yeah. I mean, I'd get to it eventually, probably. When I was a young boy. P6 is probably a good ways away. Yeah. Not anytime soon. Bonk. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer. Oh, fuck. Is that a part of the stroke? Yeah, it's part of the Strokes. Why? You dumb. There we go. Are there any games that I've been wanting to play that I've finally been able to play? I mean, I guess SpongeBob counts, because, like, I've never played that before, and it's not like I've been aching to play that game, but, I can't really think of any game that I've been, like, really wanting to play recently for something. Like, I wanted to replay Xenoblade. I did. But that, like, it's new to me? I haven't really... No, not really. It's weird, right? Because, like, I feel like I'm more in I want to make videos mode than I want to play the games mode. I definitely want to play the games. It's just that, like, I also want to be, like, on top of my game when it comes to my profession. I don't want to, like, leave that out in the rain. But that does take time. You still gotta watch the Bikini Bottom. Everything wrong with it. It's right there. Is on there on the big old YouTube channel if you want to check it out. Bonk. Bonk ba-da-da-gonk. Bonk. Bonk ba-da-da-gonk. Wait-um. Wait-um. Bonk. Bonk ba-da-da-donk. Shall watch it tomorrow. Good. Good man. Also, I am very low. So maybe I can do this and not be as low anymore. Sure. Hey, that works. Look at that. Now I can be in this position. I don't seem like I'm too low on the thing. But you can kind of notice I'm slouching, and I don't like that. You can see my thingies. Dunk, dunk, Sounds good, Alan. Don't be quiet, guys. Ask me stuff. Say things in chat. Enjoy time. Enjoy time here. Deep. Or maybe you're doing something else and you're just lurking. I don't know. That's fine too. I just want to know that you're there and that we can continue to talk. You have a big question. Tell me. Preferably some head on the brighter side. I apologize. My favorite to play so far. My favorite to play. I love Generations. I think Generations is great, and I have no problems 100%ing it. Though, like, I think I'm in old man mode now. So, like, when I can't do something right away, I'm just like, shit! This game sucks, it's so hard! like, for some things I have a lot more patience, for others I've just lost patience completely. Because you try to get to so many other things that, like, you want to speedrun life, and I mean, it sucks. It sucks that, you know, as you get older, you kind of try to speedrun life. But, you know, I don't know. I love Generations. I really want to play Colors again. Blunk, 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 blunk. Can you please kidnap me for a quick showcase of Brain Picture Home post stream with me? I don't know, because like those sessions usually go on for way too long, and like after stream, I kind of just want to chill a little bit. But I mean, yeah, I would love to play that with you guys for a stream sometime or something. That sounds like it would be fun. Plus, like, with how Kyle explained it, like, I totally get what it is now. Can I draw Rouge in a Christmas sweater? I mean, I can. I'm not gonna do it right now. I mean, I already have these characters that I'm coloring in. I forgot I did that tree. That's a decent tree. It's an alright tree. Has there ever been a game that I never finished but I really wanted to? A game that I never finished but I really wanted to. There must have been. Technically Ratchet and Clank, because I never finished it. Like, I never beat the final boss of that game. But I've not, like, been aching to get back to it. I think maybe Eternal Darkness for GameCube. Like, that was a game that I played for the first time, like, years ago as a kid. But I could never figure out what to do in the very first room of the game, so, like, I put it down. But, like, I definitely want to go back to it at some point. Beyond Good and Evil, I kind of like, I was playing that game to doing everything wrong with on it, and then I just absolutely lost interest in it. But, like, I've heard that it's good. Like, it got a sequel for a reason. I just was like, it was, like, too different of a world for me to really get into. Like, I love it when things are different, but at the same time, it's like, it was just too alien-ish, you know? It was a little bit too sci-fi for my taste. But, I mean, I was enjoying it well enough so far. I don't know why I put it down. I guess I just got disinterested, maybe. Mario RPG? Kind of. I like, that's another game that I'm, like, not aching to get back to. Like, well, kind of. Yeah, actually, Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story. That was one that I wanted to go back to. OG Paper Mario. That was another one. This is for the Clockwork boss, but that stupid computer thing kept kicking your butt, so you think you tried like 100 times. The computer thing. Oh, yeah. That's not even the hardest part of that. Well, actually, no, that is. Now that I think about it. Because Clockwork's not too complicated once you get the pattern down. So yeah, I can see why the computer thing would be, like, difficult. It's heckin' stupid sometimes. Oh, I'm sure. You don't have Wi-Fi anymore. Hydrate. Okay. It's hard to watch the stream, so you might have to leave soon. Well, thank you, Naru. I appreciate you. How do you get in the zone to binge something without losing interest in it? You could play a game all day, but when it comes to shows, you only be watching an episode a day, and then you end up falling out. I think it depends on the show, because like, I'm trying to think of another show that like I started watching, and then I was like, whatever. I don't care enough to finish this. Because I'm on Brooklyn Nine-Nine right now, and it's like, it has, as sad as it might sound, it's been like my source of happiness for like the past week. And I mean, I've loved it. I think mostly because it's a comedy. But then again, like Breaking Bad was not a comedy, and I binged that too. I think the thing is, it's like a healthy dose of like binge, do something else. So like for me, it wasn't like I watched Breaking Bad beginning to end in one sitting. You know, obviously you can't do that, but like even so, I wasn't doing that. I was watching the show, but at the same time, like, okay, this is 1 episode, 2 episodes, 3 episodes. Okay, I need to go work. Like I need to go do something. I need to feel productive. I just think, I feel like you just need to be into the show. Otherwise, it's just like, I can do without an episode, and then you end up not watching it. Which is fine. You know, it's absolutely fine to not binge stuff either. You can watch it periodically. I know that whenever I catch up with Brooklyn, I'm gonna be really sad. Like, my sister even asked, like, what are you gonna do with your life, like, once you finish it? And I'm just like, fuck, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch Community. I've heard that's good too. And that's always how it starts with those shows. It's always like, oh, I've heard this is good, and then I like watch a few episodes of it, because like that's what happened with The Office. That's what happens with Parks and Rec. Like I watched, I hear they're good. I watch a few episodes, and I'm hooked. And that's my life for like a couple weeks. On top of like working here and there, obviously, but whenever I get into something that's like, it consumes my life. I learned so much about it. I become a fan very, very quickly. You mean you could love a show, but binging it is a different story somehow? I mean, that's fair. That's absolutely fair too. I'm trying to think. I think there's a Psycho series. It's on Netflix. And I was watching that with my sister, but and like for as interesting as I found it, it was one of those things where it's like, I don't know, I'm not like super into it. It's not a bad show. It's just like I couldn't. It wasn't enough to get me like coming back to it over and over again. I don't know. Hello, Chris. Welcome. Good to see you. Absolutely, Jacob. The fucking Shining. I hate that movie. I absolutely hate The Shining, and everyone quotes it. A lot of people quote it as like an amazing horror movie. Meanwhile, I'm just like, there's nothing scary about, even psychologically, there's nothing scary about it. Your parents love The Shining. You still need to see it. I hated it. Like, because my sister loves scary films. And I love them too, to an extent. We love them for different reasons. My sister finds a lot of entertainment with them. I usually think they're very funny. So I was like, you know what? I've heard The Shining's really good, so I put it on for us one time. And we were just waiting for something scary to happen. Like, the most that I got creeped out was when he goes into I mean, spoilers, I guess, for The Shining. But, like, he goes into one of the rooms and, like, the lady comes out of the bathtub. Like, that was the creepiest imagery in the whole movie. That was the creepiest thing that happened. And beyond that, I was just like, I already know what the plot twist of the movie is. It's this, and lo and behold, it was that, and I'm like, that seems about right. I did watch the Godfather trilogy not too long ago, and I probably don't love those movies as much as most people do, but I still found them a lot more interesting than I thought I was going to. Like and I think maybe that's why. Because like I got into the mindset of like, okay, people love these films. People like these won awards. People like parody these all the time. People like these are very beloved films. And already that like raises the bar a lot. So like my expectations are kind of high. But at the same time, part of me was like, if people love this so much, that means I'm probably not going to like it that much. And so like I sort of like put the bar back down. And I'm not a super fan of the first movie. I think that it's very slow paced. I think that it's like not incredibly interesting, but I still kind of got into it. I love the second one. I think the second one is really good, but at the same time, I like it in the context of the first film. So it's like if you haven't watched the first movie, the second one's probably not going to do a whole lot for you, but I think the second movie was just done a whole lot better. And the third movie is just kind of like there's a lot about the third movie I don't like, which I think is the general consensus, honestly. But like people say like, "Oh man, Marlon Brando's Vito Corleone like is just a chef's kiss," and I'm just like, that shit's he's so boring. Like I don't care about the character. I care about Michael a whole lot, and that's the point, kind of. Like Michael is like the protagonist of those movies, which I didn't know. I thought Vito was the protagonist, but I don't know. It's a movie about implications you can't appreciate it on one viewing. I would never want to see it again, even if it meant because the thing is like I could watch a movie about it, and to me, it's a matter of like the curtains are blue. Because even like Stephen King didn't like the movie when it came out, but and like now he admits like, oh yeah, I think the movie's fine, but I also feel like he was kind of pressured into it because it's like, how do you not like a Stanley Kubrick film? That's blasphemy. And it's just like, dude, it wasn't faithful to the book. There was so much shit you left out. There were so many things that you kept in from the book that make no sense because they have no context in the movie. Like the people in the suits giving each other a blowjob is like, that's not scary. That's just out of nowhere. But in the book, they explain why that's meant to be like creepy. I don't know. I guess it's kind of a hill I'm willing to die on, but like I'm not gonna get into it because it's like I don't like it. Hey Beppis or Beepus. As a SpongeBob fan, you love that everything wrong with Bikini Bottom. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Shining parody of Mountain Dew Zero commercial is so dumb. I don't think I've seen that. Oh wait, have I? I think I have seen that. I thought it was actually I think it was funny. Thoughts on the more modern Transformers movies? I've never seen them. Like I said earlier in the stream, I've never been one for Transformers, so like I never really watched it. I know my sister watched one of them, and she thought it was okay, but she also like was never into Transformers, so she like had no previous knowledge. Like when you're a fan of something, I understand why you'd be like way more critical of it. But in those cases, I'd be like, I have no opinion of them because I didn't grow up on it. I could probably think that it's okay. Meanwhile, you just think it's absolute garbage compared to like the 80s cartoon or something. And I just be like, all right, I guess I'll take your word for it. I have no idea. You only watch one once in a blue moon. I think part of something that I have is that like I don't I didn't grow up on a lot of like mainstream movies that like are considered like popular culture. So like that I'd never watched any of the Godfather films. I mean, not that you're supposed to as a kid, but like for the most part, like you see a lot of these films as you grow up, and it's just like I never had a reason to because my parents had never watched them either. Star Wars was something my dad grew up on, but I never watched until I was an adult and like saw them on my own. And those I liked well enough too, you know. again, they're like, considering how many things those movies influenced, I didn't think they were marvels of any kind. But I enjoyed them well enough. Like, I could see, like, oh, I can totally see why people in the 80s or the 70s would have, like, been gaga over this shit. Like, this is pretty cool, all things considered. Even to this day, it's like, it's kind of hokey by today's standards, but it was probably, like, awesome back then. The Rocky films were something that my cousins grew up on. I didn't grow up on. And then, like, one day I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna marathon Rocky, and I'm a super huge Rocky fan. The Child's Play films, I used to be terrified of Chucky as a kid. Like, you couldn't even say the name without me, like, freaking out. And now he's, like, my favorite horror icon. I don't know. Like, I think it's safe to say that I like a lot of, like, not great stuff. To be fair. Like, a lot of movies that are considered, like, fantastic films, I just think are like, it's okay. I don't, like, see them for a lot of, like, their artistic... I think nowadays I do more. Like, I look at scenes and I'm like, oh, wow, the way they composed that, or the way they lit that, or the way that they shot that was really impressive. I think one of my more favorite movies in recent time that, again, I'd heard a lot of good things about, but I never watched myself, was Good Will Hunting. I'd heard a lot of good things about it. But again, I sort of, like, set the bar. I tried to lower the bar because I was like, I don't know what to expect from this film. I don't really know what it's about. And I watched it, I'm like, wow, I think this might be one of my favorite movies of all time. It's crazy. Your favorite Autobot? Bumblebee. You've actually grown up watching some of your parents' favorite films from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Yeah, that was me, but for music. Like, that's why my sister and I, like, enjoy a lot of 80s music. Like, one day, my sister was, I think she was drawing something in her room, or she was working on something in her room, and she, like, put on, like, an 80s playlist on Spotify. And I just went into her room like, who's listening to these 80s bops? And she was like, I knew you were gonna say that. The 80s definitely was, like, my favorite era of music. It had a lot of really, really good songs. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm just biased. Because I grew up listening to that. But I don't know. Your mom hates video games but loved the Sonic movie. That's funny. That's really funny. Dinosaur King, which at the time you did not know those two were anime. Yeah. Well, that's funny because, like, I didn't really know that Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh were anime when I was a kid. I didn't know that until, like, much later in life. I'm like, yeah, well, I guess they are. Like, just because, like, they didn't seem similar. One thing that I remember, I watched, like, an episode or two of Sailor Moon when I was, like, 4 or something. I don't remember a shred of it. I don't remember what happens in the episode, but I remember enjoying it, and that I thought was, like, super interesting, because I was like, and, like, that must be where my magical girl anime, like, or my taste for magical girl anime started, because, like, I've seen a few and I've enjoyed them. There's something about, like, the spice of, like, I guess spice of life, or, like, slice of life sort of animes just do something for me. I don't know why. And then, of course, there's there's Madoka, which is, oh boy, the antithesis of that. It's so the opposite of what magical girl anime is, but I love that it is. Power Rangers. I was never into Power Rangers. My cousins were the ones that were into Power Rangers. I don't know. It was just something I never really got into. But then again, like, I missed the train on a lot of things. Like, I got into Pokemon, like, well after it was popular. I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Not really. Yeah, I guess well after it was popular. But there were still kids, like, my age that liked it. And watch all of Sailor Moon with you. Dude, he has, like, the DVDs. I'm sure they're, like, stored away now for the move, but, like, he had them in a closet in his bathroom. That and DVDs for Dragon Ball. The only reason I really never knew... I only ever really knew anything about Dragon Ball was because like it was on when my cousins and I would get back from school. We went to the same school, and like we got out at the same time in elementary school, and we would always like watch Channel 5, and they would show like kids cartoons because they knew like when kids got home. So like sometimes it was Pokemon, sometimes it was Dragon Ball, and like I never really watched it, but like they did some recaps, and I got that general gist of what everything was. That's why when like I told him like I don't really know much about Dragon Ball, and then like I told him like everything I knew. He's like, I thought you didn't know anything. It's like, well, I mean, I know like the basic stuff, I guess, of it. Maguka, indeed. Pokemon Black and White anime saga. It was, I mean, I don't know. Like I don't judge people for what they grew up on. Because I mean, we all grew up with different things. And we cherish the stuff we liked as kids, even though like our parents probably thought it was stupid. Though to be fair, my mom really liked the stuff that my sister and I grew up on. Dragon Tales, Blue's Clues. I was huge into Barney as a kid. No problem, Jacob. It's always hard when the journey begins. How to find your way, how to make new friends. But there's nothing you can't do, 'cause you've got the power inside of you. It's not always black and white. Your heart always knows what's right. It's not about win or lose, it's the road you choose. Let the journey begin. Pokemon. Sesame Street and Inspector Gadget. Yeah, Inspector Gadget I didn't watch. Sesame Street, I didn't really watch Sesame Street a whole lot. It's weird. I feel like I started watching that more when we moved to Mexico, and it was only because it was on right before school. Bunk. What the fuck? What? Dunk. E. I'm unbeatable. Walking down this endless highway, nothing but my friends beside me. Never give in, we'll never rest. Advanced battle is the ultimate test from the earth, the land, the sea, and sky. They can never win, but they sure can try. Oh, I'm unbeatable, Pokemon. Advanced battle. Oh, I'm undefeatable. From the stars in the ancient past, they'll come to play, but they'll never last. Oh, unbeatable. Do. You think you'll win, but soon you'll see. You may beat some, but you can't beat me. Oh, advanced battle. I'm unbeatable. I never watched it, but one day as I was older, I went through like a Pokemon thing again, and I looked up like the theme songs to see like what I had missed. Because like I stopped watching around Diamond and Pearl. And I love the what the hell is it? What I think it's season 10, but I'm trying to remember what the season's name is. Battle Dimensions. I love that theme song. I think it's great. Sing the DP opening. I hate the Diamond and Pearl opening though. It's all about I don't even know the lyrics, dude. Pokemon. I'm sorry, do you want me to sing that part? Because I know that part because it's fucking 2 seconds long. The rest is just rapping. It's singing, it's like talking disguised as rap. Not the first one? Which one? Mass Destruction? I don't know Mass Destruction. I just know baby, 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 baby. That's all I know. But that's I know that part too. It is a bop though. I do like it. Not the first one? Which one? Because Diamond and Pearl had 3 seasons, didn't it? It was Diamond and Pearl, Battle Dimensions, Galactic Battle, Wiping All Out. I don't know that. I don't know. Dude, I don't even really know the Persona 5 songs because like Lynn's accent is so thick. Like a bowl of cereal. Not a bowl of cereal. A bowl of oatmeal is what I meant to say. I don't know where's thick cereal. Sing Maguka then. I love the music in Maguka. I don't know the lyrics to them. I think Maguka has bopping music. I think one of my favorite songs is probably spoilers for Madoka. It's like the first witch that they see Mommy fight, I think. I believe so. I thought that slapped so hard. It was so good. Xeno League Victors. That's the only part I don't like. Kyle, which one did you want me to sing, bud? I like Xeno League Victors too. I just hate that last part. Xeno League Victors. It's like you don't have to say the name of the season. Just fucking. You don't have to. It worked before. It doesn't work now. Xeno League Victors is too long a name. When you pour all the stuff at the end of the bag into your bowl, cereal does get quite thick. I guess that's true. I suppose you are correct about that. Galactic Battle is great. Yeah, I like it. How the children know what season they're watching. How will the children know? Think of the children. I hate when I do that because it's like I'm a voice actor, so I shouldn't like stray from that, but at the same time I don't want to be like too loud out of respect for the people that live here. An okay anime with fucking bopping music. Is it Live Live or what is it? That's a game I want to play. That's a Super Nintendo game that I saw. Did You Know Gaming did a region locked episode on, and it looks fucking awesome. And I saw it at TMG, but it was like it was rather expensive, and I didn't want to like spend money on it. Well, it wasn't necessarily expensive. It's just that I was trying to like not really spend a whole lot, and I was like, I can't justify it. I'm probably not gonna play it anytime soon. Love Live, and that's a good anime. Okay. Not the anime you were talking about. Okay. Lost song that it's not bad, but it has fucking great music. Interesting. Kyle, where are you? You never answered my question. Which Diamond and Pearl theme? Johto Journeys. Johto Journeys is a fucking bop as well. Kyle went into the void. The poor boy. Speaking of the void just reminds me of Final Fantasy. Reminds me of X Death. And I told Carla and Kyle that I wanted to play 14 this week, but I just did not have the time to get on. You're on a whole other level. No worries, just answer my question. Just kidding. Liar. I didn't lie. I've not, dude, I fucking had a video come out this week. I was busy working on that. I watch Brooklyn when I'm eating and right before bed. I'm not gonna get on 14 right before bed. You didn't lie. I just said you'd do something, then didn't. I said I asked you guys if you wanted to, and then I said I wanted to get on to play this week. I didn't say I was going to. And even if I had, it didn't mean I didn't want to. We do 14 tomorrow, Kappa. I could, probably. On a road far from home, you don't have to be alone. Brave and strong, together we will be. It's our destiny. We will be heroes. We can change the world if we try. I'll go where you go. Forever friends, you and I. We will be heroes. Battle dimensions, Pokemon. I don't know why I went falsetto there. I didn't really need to. You've had zero motivation to play since you got Fox Heroes to be. I need to get Shadowbringers. It's on sale right now, I think. She sure is fun. What? Is that a reference to... I'm assuming it's a reference to the show, but I honestly don't know. Shadowbringers goodbye. I will. Dude, they're doing an event. I don't know if it's currently there, but like, it really made me want to play. They're doing a crossover event with 11, and I'm just like, what? That's dope. Not that I really care about 11, it's just that I think that, like, bringing that back is kind of cool. I do own it, though. I do own 11, because I found it last time I went to go visit Drew. And I was like, I'm gonna cop that real quick. I'm probably never gonna play it, because there's no use to it. But... it's part of my collection, so now I need less Final Fantasy games. That Yuri's name might be Jeff. My name a Jeff, Professor. How does Galactic Battle start? Sometimes it's hard to know which way you're supposed to go, but deep inside, you know you're strong. If you follow your heart, you can't be wrong. Stand up for what is right, be brave. Get ready to fight, hold on. We're friends for life, and if we come together as one, beat the quest that we've begun, we will win the battle, Pokemon. It's the movie version. I always like the movie versions more than the show versions. I think I said that last time. Wherein I also sang Pokemon music last time I drew. I was working on this. I'm pretty sure. If you follow your heart, you can't be wrong. Stand up for what is right. Yeah, the Battle Dimensions one, which is from the Darkrai movie, which I haven't... The only reason I know that is because I listened to it a lot a couple years ago. It was actually sung by the dude who wrote the song, which I thought that was awesome. Another day, another fight, another chance to make things right. We will be strong, the way it should be. Ready for the challenge. Is next character to get color going to be Femc? Yes, but I'm probably not going to do that tonight because it's already 11. So I probably want to finish up Tababo and then call it a night. Yeah, we were talking about Pokemon last time too. Funny. Oh no, the streak of light is back, but now you get to hear me better. And I don't care that it's in my face. That's fine. You have a favorite anime? I don't know. I don't watch them too much just because like I do what I'm doing. Well, that's the thing. When it comes to anime, like when it comes to shows, I can put them down for a little bit while I'm binging. But when it comes to anime, it's like I have to watch it in one sitting. But like if it's like anything Magical Girl, I'm probably super into it. There was one that I used to love watching in my childhood that I don't think has an English dub. It might. I don't think it does though. Mir Mozabang. I used to watch that shit a lot as a kid because it was on Boomerang here in Mexico. And the reason I say I don't think it has an English dub is because there was an alternate Boomerang channel here in Mexico where like you could listen to stuff in English, but like it was the same station twice, but one channel was in Spanish, one channel was in English. And whenever they would show that anime, both would be in Spanish. So I'm like, I don't know why they wouldn't show the English version of that anime. But like that, Tokyo Mew Mew, which I used to be embarrassed to say because Alex would make fun of me about it. And you know what? Whatever. I like what I like. I never made fun of you. Yeah, I don't know why she always thinks I'm gonna make fun of her for things that she likes. I can't recall a time that I did. If ever I tease her about something, it's just because I think it's cute that she enjoys something so much. But like, she always takes it as me making fun of her. Like I remember one time she told me that she was going to have a D&D sesh with like friends of hers, and she was like kind of self-conscious about it. She's like, "You don't think like I'm a loser, or, like really nerdy or something, do you?" I'm like, "No." Why would I think that? I've never like the things that she enjoys are things that like I couldn't get into as much as she did. But I never made fun of her for, at least to my knowledge, I can't remember a time where I made fun of her for enjoying something. I remember before FF14, a MOBA that she liked a lot. I mean, FF14 is not a MOBA, but like I think her introduction to 14 started through like MOBAs, and it was still during the time I had like a crappy laptop. But she tried to get me to play Smite, and I am much like 14. I'm hot garbage at Smite. Like she was super into Smite, and I was just like, okay, well, I mean, I don't understand it, but you like it, and that's fine. It was one of those things where you wanted to be better at it because someone that you care about enjoys it so much. But then they never take notice, so like you're left wondering, well, why did I try then? Play music here. Stupid DMCA. I probably, even without the DMCA, I probably wouldn't be playing music right now, just because it's like I don't want to wear the stupid the earbuds. Yeah, you, Phoenix, and I were watching Tokyo Mew Mew. The thing was, that was another series that I don't think I ever saw in English. Did it have an English dub? I don't know. But like, oh, I know, it did, I think. Yeah, it did. But like in the States, we only got like 12 episodes, and it ends on like a fucking cliffhanger. And there were like 40 other episodes that Japan got, and like we never. That made me so upset. And then like I watched some with Daisy and Phoenix, and I was like, man, this was my childhood. Holy shit. You think it's at least worthy checking out, or that might be just not nostalgia speaking? I mean, a lot of people might defend the things that they enjoy out of nostalgia. But, I mean, I don't know. It's just something that I was never... I'm sure that it's fine. I'm sure that it's good. It's just something I don't have a particular interest in, but... We were on episode 32? What? Really? You pretty much did the same thing with 14. Oh, dude. Play D&D. You know what? I think Henry was the one that kind of, like, turned me on to D&D, the idea of D&D. Because, like, I've never thought anything about Dungeons and Dragons. I just feel like it's that it has a system that's so, like... And maybe this is just me. I could be totally wrong about this. I always felt like it had a system that was so complicated that my fucking smooth brain could never understand it. So that was kind of why I was turned off to it. I'm like, I'm not really interested in it, just because it's like either I feel like I would like it too much, or I probably wouldn't like it all that much because I wouldn't get it. Right? I wouldn't be like role playing right. I don't know what like my thought process behind it was, but I mean I'm willing. I'm more than willing. D&D club at school and you didn't really like it. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I honestly wish that I could have been part of a club like that at some point in my life. That's not like nerdy clubs are not really a thing down here though, which unfortunate. Being a nerd down here in Mexico is particularly tough because it's like you rarely will ever find people who like what you like. That's not to say there aren't any. It's just I feel like it's a lot more difficult to find anyone who's like explicit about it, or someone who's like openly into anime and stuff. Hey, it is the cutest Neko. From the two, is each game told the same story from each faction's perspective? You don't remember if there was any difference in the story between them. Your dungeon master let you shove a giant ass squid into my tiny bag. See, it's stuff like that I think is super interesting. It's like the idea of having characters do silly shit like that and go on adventures. That's what I think is interesting. But like every other aspect of it, like roll a 20 for max confidence, is just like I don't understand how that works. I'm sorry if that came across as like making fun of you guys. That's not what I meant. Roll a d20 to see if you get laid. Heck. D19. Oh, story of my life. Story of my life, bruv. D&D is fun when people don't care about the technicals and just RP with dice roll RNG. Oh, dude, if that's all we're doing, then fuck yeah. But I think there's also the aspect of like large groups, which I'm not super into. You know me, I'm much more of like a one-on-one guy, or like a one-on at least two people guy. It's totally hard for me to handle or not be intimidated by more than that. Which I know is a weird thing for me to have, but I don't know. It's a neuroses I have, amongst the many that I probably have. I'm probably a very damaged, neurotic individual, but I try to get by. I try to live life, you know? Hey, Raiko. Oh, the anime. Yeah, I forgot there was an anime of Transformers too. Though I shouldn't have, because I watched The Toys That Made Us, which is a great Netflix show, which I encourage anyone who like wants to get a little 80s and 90s nostalgia. Like even stuff that I wasn't into, I watched on that show, and I'm like, damn, this is so interesting. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons. Transformers, more than meets the eye. Transformers, robots in disguise. Dot 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 and Bumblebee and da ba da ba da ba da are all Transformers. You've heard of DBZ, but One Punch Man and Attack on Titan are good. Those are, I mean, I've never seen them, so I have no opinion, but like I've heard that those are fine. Leo would definitely say Elfen Lied. He loves that anime. It's not very long. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of your Deceptimon. You primarily listen to non-disco 70s music. That's fine. Everybody, dude, like I said, I love 80s music. One song that my sister and I love a lot, because I think I've said this on the stream before too, is that every year we would come down here to go to the beach with my family for Christmas. Or not necessarily for Christmas, but like in the downtime between Christmas and New Year's, we would go to the beach and go on vacation there. And on the way, we would drive there every year. Well, back then anyway. And we would take my dad's van and then my aunt's van, which are both like 90s Aerostar vans. I think they're Ford Aerostars. And those were like the family vans. Like if we were ever going somewhere all together, we just took those two. And my dad's van has a cassette player, and on the tapes there were just a bunch of like recorded 80s tunes, which they probably did in the early 90s or late 80s. And one song that she and I both enjoy a lot are you do have Animal Crossing for GameCube. I don't know why you don't remember playing it. Is Betty Davis Eyes by Kim Carney, which is, I don't know, we both love that song. I wish I remembered how it started. I don't like starting with the chorus. How does it start? Hey Google. Betty Davis Eyes lyrics.
Sorry, I can't show you lyrics on this device.
What are you talking about? You're doing it right now. Her hair is hollow gold. Her lips sweet surprise. Her hands are never cold. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll turn the music on you. You won't have to think twice. She's pure as New York snow. She's got Betty Davis eyes. She'll appease you, and she'll tease you. She'll unease you all the better just to please you. She's precocious, and she knows just what it takes to make a pro blush. She's got Greta Garbo standoff size. Yeah, the lyrics are weird. I don't think I've ever like actually paid attention to the lyrics, but like it's a bop. We both love that song a lot. That and there's a Tina Turner song we like too. Your second favorite decade of music is the 2000s, thanks in part to so much nostalgia you have for it, but you never hear 2000s music on the radio anymore. They must be like under the oldies section for sure, because it's like I think that they're just considered oldies at this point. JoJo's, yeah, that's a good one. I've heard anyway. If I need any game recommendations, just let you know. Will do. What the hell? What's that Tina Turner song? What's Love? That's what it is. It's a great song. Which we loved as kids, but then we hear it as adults and it's just like, oh wow, this is like a lot sadder than I thought it was. You must understand, through the touch of your hand makes my pulse react, that it's only the thrill of boy meeting girl, opposites attract, only logical. You must try to ignore that it means more than that. Oh, what's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand emotion? What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Oh. It may seem to you that I'm acting confused when you're close to me. If I tend to look dazed, I've read it someplace. I've got cause to be. Of course, we would only like sing the choruses of these songs, so that's why I'm like looking at the lyrics. I actually don't know them. There's a name for it. There's a place it fits. But whatever the reason, you do it for me. Oh, what's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. What's love but a second-hand but a sweet old-fashioned notion. I thought that was later in the song. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Whoa. Ooh, what's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. What's love? It's a great song. It's so good. Thank you. In not a morning person. I think you meant I'm not a morning person, but I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the words. At the time I got a tweet taken down for copyright because you were singing something. Yes! That was, oh God, that was so funny. Because it was, damn, people really like their Undertale money, I guess. Well, I don't know if it was because of the Undertale part of it or if it was because of the, No, it must have been the Daft Punk part of it, because I was listening to, I think it was the core from Undertale. It was when I was doing the Everything Wrong With. And I noticed how much it sounded like... What was it? Was it Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, or was it... I think it was Around the World, maybe? Yeah. What was it, actually? I don't remember. You think of Miami Vice? Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Poker Girl. I Can Only Imagine. I don't know what that song is. I'm like Mr. Hume from Hey Arnold. Oh, my voice is perfect for singing, but it's not even close to being your profession. I don't know if I'd say it's perfect for singing. Have you heard me sing? I have. I don't think it's great. Arnold was something that I feel like I definitely appreciate more as an adult too. There's some episodes on YouTube, but they're like sped up to avoid copyright, and they're like, damn, they touch on some heavy fucking subjects that you don't appreciate as a kid. But someone mentioned, I think it was Jacob. No, it was Raiko who mentioned that like the 2000s were their second favorite music era, and Alex and I love 2000s music, because it was like during our edgy phases. Not that we're not edgy now, but like our edgier phases. Like when we were in her car, we would just sing to Fall Out Boy and Panic at the Disco. Which I think is fucking dope that I found someone that likes that band too, that is near my age. Because I don't think I really know many people that like those bands aside from my sister and I. And one of my cousins. Because, like, I was introduced to them through my cousins, I think. Because like, she would watch MTV a lot when I was a kid. And so I grew up on, like... I wasn't super into My Chemical Romance, but I do love some of their songs. I feel like that goes for every one of those bands. The core reminds you of the Mortal Kombat theme. Dun, 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 dun. Mortal Kombat! What was that song I was singing? Now I want to hear it. I'm probably going to get fucking copyright striked by Twitch. Is it even the core? Dun, 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 dun. No. Is it this? I think it's this. Is it this? I don't remember. It must be. Is this the song where you do the puzzles, Kyle? Yeah, okay. I think it is, right? No, One More Time, that's what it was. One more time. One more time, we're gonna celebrate. That's what it was. Yeah. I sung that. One more time. I was playing through it again when I was doing Everything Wrong. I was like, that sounds so familiar. And I just started singing it. And I was like, oh shit. It like lines up almost perfectly. And then I made a tweet about it and it got TMCA'd. I'm like, all right, whatever. Like I wasn't making money off that tweet, you fucking assholes. But okay. You're fine, Pro Rocco. No worries. Fair use is a joke at this point because of how much companies abuse it sometimes. Absolutely. Like, I don't think it's a joke. I think that a lot of people still abide by those rules, but like sometimes people either misinterpret intention or just don't give a shit and like they just strike stuff because of greed. And it's just like, okay, cool. Way to make things fun for not fun for the rest of us. Is it still me that makes you sweat? Am I who you think about in battle? When the lights are dim and your heart is racing as you're sliding off. Think of what you did, and now I hope to God it was worth it. Lights are dimming, your heart is racing as your fingers touch. Just got more wit, a better kiss, harder touch, a better fuck than any boy you'll ever meet. Sweetie, you had me. Girl, I was a look past the sweat. Better love, deserving of exchanging body heat in the passenger seat. Oh no, you know it will always just be me. Let's get these teen hearts beating faster, faster. So testosterone boys and harlequin girls, will you dance to this beat and hold a lover close? So testosterone boys and harlequin girls, will you dance to this beat and hold a lover close? So I guess we're back to us, so cameraman swing the focus, in case I lost my train of thought. Where was it that we last left off? No, I do recall we were just getting to the part where the upset's in the stomach acid makes a new way to make you feel sick. Hope you didn't expect to get all of the attention. Let's not get selfish. Did you really think I'd let you kill this chorus? Let's get these teen hearts beating faster, faster. So testosterone boys and harlequin girls, will you dance to this beat and hold a lover close? So testosterone boys and harlequin girls, will you dance to this beat and hold a lover close? Dance to this beat. Dance to this beat. Dance to this beat. What are these lyrics? These are the lyrics to Lying is the Most Fun a Girl Can Have Without Taking Her Clothes Off. I'm not even joking. That's legitimately the name of that song. Is a song that's good composition and instrumental wise, but honestly it gets repetitive after a while. Yeah, a lot of Daft Punk songs were like that. I think Around the World is definitely probably the most repetitive Daft Punk song. And it's still a good song, in my opinion. I'm gonna make you bend and break. Say a prayer, but let the good times roll. In case God doesn't show. And I want these words to make things right, but it's the wrongs that make the words come to life. Who does he think he is? If that's the worst you got, better put your fingers back to the key. One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. He tastes like you, only sweeter. One night, yeah, and one more time. Thanks for the memories, thanks for the memories. See, he tastes like you, only sweeter. Oh. Been looking forward to the future, but my sight is going bad, and this crystal ball is always cloudy except for when you look into the past. One night stand. One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. He tastes like you, only sweeter. One night, yeah, and one more time. Thanks for the memories, thanks for the memory. See, he tastes like you, only sweeter. Oh, I only think in the form of crunching numbers in hotel rooms, collecting page 6 lovers. Get me out of my mind, get you out of those clothes. I'm a liner away from getting you into the mood. Whoa. One night and one more time. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. He tastes like you, only sweeter. One night, yeah, and one more time. Thanks for the memories, thanks for the memories. See, he tastes like you, only sweeter. Oh. Your stream anniversary is tomorrow. Dang. Well, happy stream anniversary. All Rise to the National Anthem, all those YouTube music videos people put together. That's right. That was very overused, but it's still a great song, in my opinion. Definitely love that song. I'm in the business of misery, let's take it from the top. She's got a body like an hourglass and ticking like a clock. It's a matter of time before we all run out. When I thought he was mine, she caught him by the mouth. I waited 8 long months, she finally set him free. I told her I couldn't lie, he was the only one for me. 2 weeks a week, coat on fire, she's got it out for me. But I wear the biggest smile. Whoa, I never meant to brag, but I got her where I want her now. Well, it was never my intention to brag, steal it all away from you now. But God, does it feel so good, 'cause I got him where I want him now. And if you could, then you know you would. 'Cause God, it just feels so, it just feels so good. Second chances, they don't ever matter, people never change. You're just a whore, you're nothing more, I'm sorry, that'll never change. And about forgiveness, we're both supposed to have a change. I'm sorry, honey, but I passed it up, now look this way. 'Cause there's a million other girls who do it just like you, looking as innocent as possible to get to. They're liking what they want, it's easy if you do it right. Well, I refuse, I refuse, I refuse. Whoa, I never meant to brag, 'cause I got him where I want him now. Well, it was never my intention to brag, steal it all away from you now. But God, does it feel so good, 'cause I got him where I want him now. And if you could, then you know you would. 'Cause God, it just feels so, it just feels so good. I've watched his wildest dreams come true, not one of them involving you. Just watch my wildest dreams come true, not one of them involving. Ugh. Don't know what that was. I tried to falsetto and it just didn't work. Whoa, I never meant to brag, but I got him where I want him now. Whoa, I never meant to brag, steal it all away from you now. But God, does it feel so good, 'cause I got him where I want him right now. And if you could, then you know you would. 'Cause God, it just feels so, just feels so good. Boom, boom, boom. Posture check. You got it. Is that in the stroke layer? Yes, it is. Noise. Smort. Tababo. Chomemo. What's my favorite band? Oh, that's another thing that's like impossible for me to answer, just because it's like it really depends on the mood I'm in. One that I like a lot that I wouldn't say is my favorite band. It's the 1975, who have their variety of music is just incredible to me. Cause like a lot of it is very popish, but at the same time it's like kinda not. It's very difficult to explain like what genre of music they are, because they've like really funky tunes sometimes, very mellow tunes sometimes. They're very experimental, but I like what they hear. I like what they hear. I like what they do. For You Without Question is Pink Floyd. I only really know one Pink Floyd song. I'm not like super into that style of music. Like I don't hate any, like really any style of music, but there are just certain things that I'm like, I'm not super into it. Black Veil Brides is another thing. Like, cause my musical tastes are also like, I'm a fucking jukebox. I don't just like one genre of music. And like they can have pretty sad songs, the band I just mentioned. Like I think one of their saddest songs is probably Change of Heart. Which is like it's a sequel to like another song they did. They don't really sound alike, but they kind of touch on the same. No. Sorry, Somebody Else is the sequel to Change of Heart. But they have like similar messages. '90s, especially not '90s hip hop. Oh, dude, that's like some of my dad's favorite music. There was one time we went to like my aunt's house. I think it was for a birthday or something. But she lives in like the town in the city next to ours. And my dad just like went on a binge of like old like Vanilla Ice and Milli Vanilli and like Sir Mix-a-Lot, which I mean, it's not just 90s, it's also like 80s hip hop, but like I don't know. He likes it, so like my sister and I like it too, just because it's like not because he likes it, but because we grew up around that, so like we have an affinity for it. And like my like the music that my dad likes and the music that my mom likes could not be more different from each other. And it's funny because like the music that my sister likes could not be further from that either. Like it's funny. And are we awake? Am I too old to be this stoned? Was it your breast from the start? They played a part. For goodness sake, I wasn't told you'd be this cold. Now it's my time to depart, and I just had a change of heart. I'll quote on the road like a twat and wind my way out of the city. Finding a girl who is equally pretty won't be hard. Oh, I just had a change of heart. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. You smashed a glass into pieces. And that's around the time I left. When you were coming across as clever, then you lit the wrong end of your cigarette. You said I'm full of diseases. Your eyes are full of regret. And then you took a picture of your salad and put it on the internet. And you said, I've been so worried about you lately. You look shit and you smell a bit. Well, you're mad thinking you could ever save me. Not looking like that. You used to have a face straight out of a magazine. Now you just look like anyone. I just had a change of heart. I feel as though I was deceived. I never found love in the city. I just sat in self-pity and cried in the car. Oh, I just had a change of heart. And she said, I've been so worried about you lately. You look fit, now you're losing it. You played a part, this is how it starts. Oh, I just had a change of heart. Huh, huh, huh. Huh, huh, huh. Oh, just had a change of heart. I just had a change of heart. I just had a change of heart. Well, there are a few rock ballads here and there, but mostly country in the 50s and through the 80s. The other thing was always a rock guy, so they're quite different as well. Oh yeah, and it's funny because like I hear a lot of people say that they hate country music, and to me it's like if it's the stereotypical country music where like, oh, my wife left me, or like my truck, or like a beer, shit like that, it's like, yeah, I don't like it when it's that. Which, to be fair, I haven't heard a lot of country songs talk about those things, though I'm sure there are a bunch of them. But I like country too. A lot of country singers sound the same, but there's something about it. There's like a certain twang about it that I enjoy. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, there's a song that Drew showed me which I think is hilarious. It's called Truck Down by the Lake, I think, which is like the most stereotypical country song that you can possibly imagine. But that's the point. I wonder if I can find the lyrics to it. Yes. Oh, here it is. Oh, Parked by the Lake. Never mind. Sorry. I don't remember how it goes. Just posture check. Thank you. I'm still parked out by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. And I'm sitting here just parked out by the lake. If you're wondering where I parked, I'm out parked by the lake. It's the lake that's 80 miles from Santa Fe. And I'm parked out by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. It's the lake that's parked where I'm out by the lake. It's just that over and over and over again. And I love that song. I can't do it justice because I don't remember how it goes. But it's probably my favorite country song, if you can even really call it country. Legend has it he's still parked up by the lake. Yeah, 80 miles from Santa Fe. If you ever have the time, listen to it. It's great. Yes, Pippin. We've done it. We have Tamemo no Mai. She probably could use a tail, though. I don't know if I should add a tail later on, because she's looking kind of just lonely there. Can you poke me with some ideas for things we can spend currency on? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can let me know for sure about... You know what? Actually, I'll just add that now, because it's bugging me that she doesn't have a tail. Ugh. Nope. You are my mods, so I will gladly, listen to the things you have to suggest about streams. I'm parked by the lake. There's a song that there's a country cover of that I actually enjoy. I like the original more, but I do like the country cover of it, which is Back to One. My cousin actually, I learned that song on guitar. I don't really remember it now, but like my cousin thought that it sounded really nice, and he asked me to sing that to the woman who is now his wife, which I think is really neat. It's undeniable that we should be together. And unbelievable how I used to say that I'd fall never. The bass doesn't need to know if you don't know just how I feel. So let me show you now that I'm for real. All things in time, time will reveal. Yeah, one, you're like a dream come true. Two, just wanna be with you. Three, girl, it's plain to see that you're the only one for me. And four, repeat steps 1, 2, 3. 5, make you fall in love with me. If ever I believe my work is done, then I'll start back at 1. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of R&B, I love that shit. And of course I like, stuff that's even older than that. There's a song by The Temptation. Well, I'm pretty sure like most people probably, if you've seen Back to the Future, you probably know that song, but like I think it was a song by the Penguins, which was later covered by a band called The Temptations. Earth angel, will you be mine? My darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. Earth angel, one I adore. Love you forever and evermore. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your happiness. I hoped and I prayed that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Earth angel, please be mine. Love you forever and for all time. I'm just a fool in love with you. You finished Neko Part 2. It's probably because one of you already has 100K. Absolutely not. Current redemptions, like emote edits for 5. What do emote edits even do? Can I ask? I'm probably gonna leave it for there for now. But thank you to everybody who stuck around for this, and thank you to everybody who like had a conversation earlier and like listened to me ramble and kind of rant a little bit. I appreciate it. They let you edit an emote, but like how? Edit it in which way? Everything wrong with FNAF? How would I even do that? You pick an emote, and it gives options on how to edit it. So would it be an extra emote, or would it be like permanently changed? Oh, lets it edit for you and only you. Okay, yeah, we can turn that back on. I thought it would like override my own emotes. I'm like, I don't want to do that. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, you can like write up a thing, and like I'll be sure to get to it too. An edit is an extra emote that exists for 24 hours. Oh, okay. It's only like limited. Okay, I see. Paper Mario, that one I can do. And I'm probably gonna have to start recording that soon if I want to get to it, which I do. I definitely do want to get to the Paper Mario games. And I'd like to get to a lot of Mario RPGs, because I feel like those would do really well. But, all in due time. I have a lot of Sonic stuff to get to first. But thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you guys spending time with me today, and I would love to do this more. I would absolutely love to do this more often, and we'll see how things pan out after Three Houses. Maybe we'll do like Fridays, Saturdays, Paper Mario, Sundays, something else. I just don't want to get too loose, I guess, with like things that we do together. Mostly because it's like a lot of it is having to entertain you guys and having to like make sure that you guys are participating. And when you have like 20 plus people trying to get in on the same thing, like that's what makes it difficult. Because like you want it to be fair for everybody, you want everybody to participate, but it's tough. But I love you all. I will see you guys next week, hopefully for some more Fire Emblem. Stay safe. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others. Be safe. Don't go out if you can help it. Things are scary right now, but you have to do what is best for yourself in these times. So I will see you all next time. I love you. Wash your hands. Tell people that you love them. And good night. Bye, everybody.